order. March the 1st, 2022 school board meeting for Lynchburg City School Board. And at this time, as we call our meeting to order, we recognize, members of the board, that Section B is for our agenda approval, and the agenda has been featured on board docs for our perusal. Is there a motion to approve the agenda for tonight's board meeting?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda for tonight's board meeting.
Motion been made by Dr. Brennan. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Carter. Any questions on readiness? Dr. Gupta.
I'd like to propose an amendment to include the discussion of masks in buses.
Dr. Gupta, if it pleases the board and you, during our section of the meeting pertaining to unfinished business, J1, LCS Community Update, there is the intention to bring that discussion up for consideration.
So there will be a
Yes, sir.
possibility of motion at that time.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Any further questions or discussion on the approval of the agenda for tonight's board meeting? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
School Board Member Mr. Trost.
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan.
Yes.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison.
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter.
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman.
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Nellis.
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Sinai.
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta.
Yes.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey.
Yes.
Motion is carried 9-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will now stand at this time with so much going on in our world and sharing our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I am certainly thankful for all of the contributions of our school board. This has been a very hard-working board, and we are so appreciative of all of the work of our board members. And I do want to pause just briefly before we go into Section C to present a card from the board to Dr. Nellis for him and his wife, to let him know how much we appreciate him and his support for this board has been unparalleled, and we're with you, sir. We now move to Section C, special presentation, and I'm going to ask that Dr. Edwards would bring that on.
Oh, yes. This is one of my favorite times of the year where we get to honor and celebrate our students. And I commend the Ed Foundation for all of their work and support and the generous donors that make this day possible. I'm going to ask Ms. Jody Gillette to come up to the podium and tell us a little bit about why we're all smiling under this mask, even though you can't see us smiling for this award.
Thank you. Chairperson Coleman, Vice Chair Carter, and school board members, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Jody Gillette, and I'm the Executive Director of the Lynchburg City Schools Education Foundation. I am here this evening with a few special guests who will be introduced throughout our comments as we prepare to announce the 2021-2022 LCS Excellence in Science Scholarship recipient. I want to thank the following school leadership for joining us to celebrate this evening. E.C. Glass High School Principal, Ms. Rose Flower, Director of Governor's School of Central Virginia for Science and Technology, Dr. Steve Smith. And, have I missed anybody? Okay. Now I'd like to introduce Julie Doyle, Vice President of the LCS Education Foundation Board of Trustees, to share a few remarks.
Okay, thank you, Jody, and hello, everyone. I'm just here to represent the Ed Foundation Board as their Vice President, and I also had the privilege of serving on the interview committee for this particular scholarship. So this scholarship is one of the ones that the Ed Foundation is the fiscal agent for, and Jody Gillette, along with Maria Yeager, oversee the process for the applications and the selection of the recipients. So I won't go into any details about the recipient, but I will say that all of the applicants, all of the finalists were truly phenomenal. I've done this, I think, 3 or 4 years, And each year, it just seems like the candidates get stronger, and it just really reinvigorates my pride in the school system and my optimism for the future by being able to spend a little bit of time with these students. And especially in light of COVID and all that they've had to go through during their high school career, it's truly amazing how they've been able to take the negativity that came with that and turn it into opportunity and really do some amazing things during this time. So that's so encouraging, and I'm just excited to be here tonight to celebrate the recipient of this award.
Thank you so much.
To share a little history, in the fall of 2013, Dr. Charles Pryor and his family announced a 4-year, $25,000 scholarship to be awarded every school year for 4 consecutive years to an outstanding senior interested in entering a science-related field of study. Dr. Pryor is a graduate of both E.C. Glass High School and Virginia Tech. He spent 25 years with the Babcock and Wilcox Company, serving as president of the Nuclear and Power Division. While in Lynchburg, Dr. Pryor served as a member of the Lynchburg City School Board and past chairman of the Lynchburg City Schools Partners in Education program, so he has a long history of valuing and supporting public education and understands the important role that strong schools play in the success of our students and the economic health of our community, and we thank him for his vision. After taking a year off, we were thrilled to be able to announce the return of the Excellence in Science Scholarship to the Lynchburg City Schools for 5 consecutive years, beginning with the 2018-2019 school year. We are now in the 4th of those 5 years. This scholarship was designed once again for a top science or engineering student who plans to continue their education at an accredited college or university in a science or engineering-related field. Scholarships clearly benefit the student recipients as awarded funds ease the financial burden of an advanced education and creates room for students to take advantage of often unpaid research and internships that contribute to their educational experience and professional development. But a scholarship such as this benefits more than just the student recipient. Lynchburg continues to grow as a national leader in nuclear engineering and a regional leader in medicine. Our community is also an incubator for entrepreneurship and host to many small, medium, and large engineering and manufacturing firms, all of whom rely on a workforce that offers strong math and science skills. In order to be a thriving community and support these industries, it is essential that we maintain strong public schools to cultivate and attract new employers and retain top employees. This Excellence in Science Scholarship is a unique offering, not often seen in public school settings, and is designed to work towards this goal. The LCS Excellence in Science Scholarship impacts our students by rewarding academic success and investing in a student's post-secondary education, mitigating the high cost of a quality college education. Our STEM programs by attracting top students to those important areas of study. Our school division by demonstrating commitment to public schools and the right for all students to have access to an outstanding education. A scholarship of this magnitude will work to attract and retain top scholars. Our businesses by developing a local workforce that is strong in math and science, and by attracting and retaining a qualified workforce. Our community by adding to its economic health, including strong property values, by investing in quality public schools. In the rebooted version of the LCS Excellence in Science Scholarship, the funding pool has been expanded, and this year's scholarship would not be possible without the vision, extreme generosity, and commitment from our sponsors. The LCS Education Foundation and the Lynchburg City Schools would like to take this opportunity to recognize and extend our most sincere appreciation to the following sponsors for the opportunities that they are extending to our students and the prestige that they are bringing to our school division. So the first guest I would like to invite up, the first sponsor is Mr. Rick Loving. He's the Senior Vice President and Chief Administrative Officer at BWX Technologies.
School board members, Jody and others, Rick Loving representing BWX Technologies. I just want to first and foremost congratulate our scholarship winner here tonight. Just an example of the kind of the products of the public schools in the city of Lynchburg, but also to acknowledge the work of the Lynchburg City Schools Education Foundation in making these types of programs available and being able to complement and add to what we have here. For us, as a leading technology company and major employer in Lynchburg, science and technology, these STEM programs are so vital and so important to our long-term success. And being able to acknowledge, reward, and really honor the best of the best in these fields means so much to us and so much to our community. So thank you, and really a privilege to be part of this program.
And next is Mr. Steve Laub, Senior Counsel and LCS Education Foundation Trustee from Framingham.
Thank you, Jody. You already listed all the reasons why we support this. I think you hit the nail on the head. It's great for the community. We have a strong engineering community here in Lynchburg, and we want to keep that going. And I want to thank you for administering the scholarship, Charlie for starting it off, and Julie for heading up a committee that I know had to sort through a lot of great candidates, because we know there's definitely more than one great science student in Lynchburg City Schools. Thank you.
I do also want to recognize two folks who couldn't be here this evening, the DT Energy Foundation and Mr. and Mrs. Lee and Sharon Ainsley. But next with us this evening is Dr. and Mrs. David, I'm sorry, David's not here, Miss Judy France, sorry.
My husband David and I have been always impressed with Lynchburg City Schools. Our children went to the Lynchburg City Schools, and we heartily will endorse anything that they try to promote in the field of science.
And last but certainly not least, Dr. Pryor is here representing his contribution with him and his wife, Mary Jane Pryor.
Pardon me, I'm going to take this mask down. I can hardly talk, much less with a mask. So, two quick things. One is to once again express appreciation to Jody Gillette and her team, Marie Yeager and Dominique Foster, I don't believe is here this evening, but they put this program together, and then Julie and I this year participated in the very difficult task of reviewing the finalists for the scholarship, and so appreciation and thanks to them. And secondly and lastly, I am so proud of every one of these winners. We have had incredible success. Our first winner was Sam Fedler, who was valedictorian at NC State, not just head of engineering, valedictorian of the entire graduating class at NC State, and went on from there to study astrophysics out in Colorado. Wow. And that's just one example of what these students are doing with this scholarship. I couldn't be more proud. And tonight's winner, another example, anyone that can think about the energy involved in pushing a calculator button or dialing a phone and using piezoelectric film to convert that, that's way beyond my pay grade. And that just gives you an example of the type of students we're dealing with. So we're just so extremely proud of that. Couldn't be prouder to be part of the program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. It is an honor to come before you today to announce the 2022 recipient of the Excellence in Science Scholarship, which is awarded to the top senior science student as determined by a comprehensive application process. The application was launched to the students on November 1st, 2021, and it was open through January 14th, 2022. Once all applications were submitted, a school-based team was assembled to review them, and the top 5 from each high school advanced to the team in central office, who then scored the applications based on a standardized rubric. This process included a written application, a letter of interest, 3 letters of recommendation, an official transcript, and 3 short answer essays to help gain greater applicant insight. From this scoring process, the top 5 finalists completed a Zoom interview with the Excellence in Science Scholarship Selection Committee, where all candidates were asked an established set of questions. Before I announce this year's winner, I want to state that, as it has been in previous years, the applicant pool was exceptional, and all the students applied were outstanding candidates with a passion for science or engineering, each in their own way, and have very bright futures ahead of them. I also want to take this opportunity to thank everyone who made this scholarship a reality: the sponsors, the LCS Education Foundation, the scholarship review team, as well as all the school counseling directors, scholarship coordinators, principals, and teachers. I would also like to give a special thank you to Dr. Pryor, whose vision and support has provided this amazing opportunity for our students. And now for the announcement, the fun part. This year's recipient is an outstanding graduating senior who attends both Central Virginia Governor's School and EC Glass High School. To provide a little background, this year's candidate has been interested in sustainability since elementary school, as demonstrated by a persuasive essay she wrote on why schools should recycle. Passion for the environment grew as the student grew, which led to volunteer efforts such as organizing monthly park cleanups for student volunteers and serving as the president of the Environmental Action Club. This passion for the environment and sustainability led to one of several projects where she conducted research on feasibility of using piezoelectricity. Did I get that right? I'm so proud. A way of producing electrical energy from mechanical pressure to create a self-powered calculator. This was particularly impressive to the Scholarship Review Committee, and more importantly, was presented at the 2021 International Science and Engineering Fair and won 4th place. As a civil engineering major with a minor in sustainability in college, this year's recipient hopes to conduct more research on alternative energy sources, including the potential of energy harvesting, lowering our reliance on fossil fuels, and increasing the use of environmentally friendly sources of energy. She has a plan to secure advanced degrees and has the eventual goal to work for an engineering firm that specializes in practices such as designing carbon neutral and LEED certified structures. Our recipient is an exceptional student, as demonstrated by her perfect score on the math SAT and her near perfect score on her English SAT, among other impressive accomplishments. Her passion for and commitment to science is clear, and wherever she ends up attending college, we know she'll be very successful. This year's LCS Excellence in Science Scholarship recipient embodies the very essence of what this scholarship was designed to honor. It is indeed my pleasure and my privilege to announce the 2022 LCS Excellence in Science Scholarship recipient, Ms. Jade Persona.
Wow.
before Jade speaks, let me just say, I have to stand close to her to get some of that positive energy that she has. This is a magnificent young lady who, you know, my daughters are all grown, but if they were growing up all over again, I'd want them to be just like you. I really do. You are a magnificent representation of not only yourself, and let me say to the parents, because sometimes we don't give you love for the investment that you put in here, and she would not be standing here if it was not for your love and support as well. And for that, we appreciate you for sharing your gift with us here at LCS. So congratulations on behalf of LCS.
Thank you. I would like to express very deep gratitude to the sponsors of this scholarship for making this possible. It is truly an incredible opportunity, and I'm absolutely honored that you guys chose me to receive it. And I will be taking great advantage of it and using it to pursue my goal of becoming a civil engineer. I would also like to thank my parents and other family members, my classmates and friends, and my teachers who have guided and supported me throughout both my academic and personal journey. I certainly wouldn't be here without any of those people, and so I have to say thank you to them. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to go outside in just a moment to take some photos, but before we do, there's one more special message that somebody would like to share with you. Couldn't be here this evening. Just in case you don't recognize who it is, this is a Heritage High School graduate who has become an astronaut, and he wanted to share a few words with you. So, a message from Leland Melvin.
Hello, Jay. My name is Leland Melvin. I just want to thank you for applying to the LCS Excellence in Science Scholarship and that you won, and congratulations. The work that you've been doing with piezoelectric transducers, making calculators, and all the other advocacy work that you've done, volunteering, it's been amazing. And I just want to say, you know, sustainable energy is something that we really need to work on in our future. And I'm so glad that you're going to be going into civil engineering and working in that area. From the space station, as you see behind me, you see some solar panels and things, and we get all of our electricity from the sun. So as you go forward, maybe you'll be working in space one day or working to help us put a sustainable platform on another planet, on the moon, Mars, or somewhere else. So Godspeed in your journey. Congratulations again, and it's an honor that I'm able to give you this book, Chasing Space. Hope you lead some language from that and help you along on your journey. So take care. And again, to the committee, to the Lynchburg City Schools, everyone, thank you for helping us choose such another wonderful scholarship awardee. Bye-bye.
Thank you. We're going to take a picture real fast.
Smart. That's very cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
SAT, that's no joke. That's good. Wow.
That's awesome.
That's
Yeah,
fantastic.
it's really fun.
That was nice of the lady too. He's such a good, so did class act.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, Board, we certainly are thankful to Jade Persona and her family, the Lynchburg Education Foundation, and all of the wonderful, wonderful ways that we're able to celebrate our student achievement. That was outstanding. We will now move on to Section D of our meeting, which relates to public comments. And of course, as we are moving forward in our handling of public comments, we will be bringing to the board for consideration any modifications to our public comments in the future, now that we are moving our way along in this COVID dynamic. But as for tonight, we do want to acknowledge that we have 1 voicemail, 1 email to read, and 4 in-person speakers in harmony with our normal protocols. Persons appearing before the school board will not be allowed to campaign for public office or promote private business ventures, and should not use profanity or vulgar language or gestures, make comments about a public official or an employee that are not related to their official duties, engage in behavior that disrupts the meeting or intimidates others, or addresses the school board on issues that do not concern the services, policies, role, and/or responsibilities of the school board. Individual speakers shall limit their comments to 3 minutes. A speaker representing a group shall limit their comments to 5 minutes. The representative shall identify the group at the beginning of their presentation. A group may have no more than 1 spokesperson. Total allotted time for public comments for tonight is 30 minutes. Public comments are reserved for the public to provide input. The board does not respond to comments, answer questions, or otherwise engage in discussion at this time. I would like to begin with the in-person speakers, and the first speaker we have tonight is Brittany Jennings, who wants to talk to us about sexual assault in school policy, and she's going to come now at this point.
Hello, I'm sorry. I'm Brittany Jennings, and first I'd like to say I don't hold any malice or have any issues with the school involved or Lynchburg City Schools. I understand that this is based solely on the attackers and the assailants, but in the month of February, the school that my daughter attends, there have been 2 reports of sexual assault. Last Monday, I received a phone call in the middle of the day. It was my daughter crying. She was upset. She didn't know what to do. I finally made it to her, and I discovered that my daughter's not quite 5 feet tall. She's about 110 pounds. She was walking with 2 other students, a male and a female, that she thought were her friends. And the young man dragged my daughter into a stairwell by her hair, choked her, and then put his hands down her shirt to molest her. And I've done everything that I can as a parent, and I just want to bring light to this because now we have 2 reported incidents. I'm not upset with the other students' parents, but with my daughter being the 2nd incident, I don't want another child to go through this. I don't want another parent to have to go through this at all. So I just feel like if I have to be that parent that calls light to it, I will be. One of my main issues is that, according to school policy, as has been relayed to me by school administrators, I am not able to learn the consequences of my child's attacker. So essentially, as a mother, it says to me that I don't know when the student will return, when my child will have to face her attacker again. So I'm just left sending my child to school every day without having that information. And as this is something that I never thought would happen, I don't really quite know what to do. But I do think it's very important that someone brings up this issue so that my daughter is the last. If I've got to talk to everyone, I don't want another little girl to have to go through this again. Because my child, this happened last Monday, my child has told the story 1,000,000 times to police officers and hospital staff. And I feel as though something more needs to be done in school now that we have a 2nd incident. I'm I feel that if Lynchburg City Schools could consider possibly having the accused separated, my child and this other child should not even have to worry about possibly running into students who attack them in school. At least until we can get an investigation done, if those students could be sent to a different school or just possibly remote learning, anything to protect the accuser. And beyond that, I don't really have any ideas. You don't think that you're ever gonna have to deal with this because you send your kids to school. I just want to make certain that as many people as possible hear what it is that I have to say, so that maybe no one has to hear it again. No one ever has to listen to this story or go through this again. And that's it, really.
Thank you, Ms. Jennings. I'm going to ask that the board would pause for 5 seconds. Due to the nature of this particular comment, we will not respond, but just to take a couple of seconds to digest. Thank you so much, Ms. Jennings.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Mr. Andrew Glover, who is going to talk to us about school policy and curriculum, representing conservative parents of Lynchburg. Welcome, Mr. Glover.
Thank you. Good evening, Lynchburg City School Board. My name is Andrew Glover, and tonight I represent the conservative parents of Lynchburg, a group that has grown to almost 400 concerned parents, caregivers, and teachers in Lynchburg City. First off, I want to acknowledge that today was the first time that students have been able to be mask-free in schools. And I am excited that teachers and staff got to see their students' faces for the first time in 2 years. It saddens me that it took the entire state legislature and the governor to compel you to support parents. One area of concern that is still out of compliance is in regard to the nature of divisive material still being taught and or paid for by Lynchburg City Schools, which is a direct violation of Executive Order Number 1, recently substantiated by the rescinding of the Ed Equity program by the Department of Education. Despite clear direction that you were given by law and by policy, LCS is still seeking to spend an additional $26,000 to pay the University of Lynchburg to teach these types of topics. For instance, in a textbook for LCS course number 6339AD, the textbook reads, quote, "The ideologies of meritocracy, equal opportunity, and individualism that we described above play a powerful role in denying and insisting that society is just." That author later states, "White identity is inherently racist. White people do not exist outside of a system of white supremacy." Now, unfortunately, our concerns are beyond just this one class. But even in foundational classes like freshman literature, where multiple classes just last month were assigned to read, discuss, and report on a book that promotes anti-police views, as well as perpetuate the message that racism is everywhere and white people are responsible for fixing this problem. Your desire to push this divisive narrative is evidently so powerful that you are okay with using a book despite its substantially inappropriate language, which includes 46 uses of the derivative of.
Glover, we will
I
not
can
use-
keep on going, and this is in the book. If I can't say it in a school board meeting, they shouldn't be reading in a book. I'll go on.
Thank you, sir, but no profanity.
This is in a book that is being used in a freshman literature class. It's no wonder that you are seeing this behavior in. This book is a book that is being used in a freshman literature class. It is no wonder that you are seeing behavior issues in class if this type of literature is being held up as a standard bearer for LCS. Several months ago, our group members shared a list of books that we were concerned about. In total, that book list had 127 books, and to date, we have not heard back from one of you regarding that list. It is this type of leadership that from you that is contributing to the reason why half of our students are still below grade level. Later tonight, you will look at mid-year academic reviews for the LCS school system. On the surface, elementary schools saw fantastic progress compared to the last update we received in August. However, 49% of third graders, 63% of fourth graders, and 68% of fifth graders are still showing below grade level. More concerning is the trend in high school, which indicate that our high school students are losing ground, not gaining it back. At the beginning of the year, 41% of high schoolers were behind in reading, and now that number has grown to 46. And board docs did not provide that information for math, and I hope a school board member will ask for the math information. Finally, I would not be remiss to mention that the overall concern regarding recent bullying behaviors and attacks are escalating in schools. I share the concerns of many that have already spoken, as well as a press conference from a group that we're not related to, but share 3 or 4 other specific instances of bullying and attacks and stuff. We need to know that our children are safe when we send them to our school. So to end, I'd like to quote that book that I spoke of earlier, When I Tell You, You All, and I quote, strap on a pair, page 76. Which will require you to stop fighting parents and start working with us. Thank you. It's in your textbooks.
Mr. Glover, thank you. And I must state to any speaker who approaches the Lynchburg City School Board going forward that in terms of literary dialogue, that is one dynamic. But there will be no tolerance for profanity or vulgar language shared during the public comment section. Our next speaker will be Sandra Travis, who will discuss the topic of mask. Welcome, Travis.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Travis, and I'm employed by LCS as a cafeteria manager. My primary comment is about masks. I work in a kitchen that is without air conditioning. I have one window that only partially opens. Many LCS kitchens are the same. Most days, due to the heat and humidity, it's difficult to breathe, and I don't have a breathing issue, but some of the employees do. With that said, I signed up to work for school nutrition and was aware that working in the kitchen would be hot at times, but I did not sign up for restricted breathing. In our job, as in the job of teachers, we have to be able to communicate with students for them to get the meal they want. Communication is difficult with multiple pieces of equipment running and students talking. The general noise of the cafeteria, and if any of you have been in a cafeteria at an elementary school or a middle school or high school, you know it's very loud. We are even behind a wall at the school that I work in. Our kitchen is behind a wall, so the kids come through the line, but it's still very loud. So in addition to the noise, add the mask and add kids that are only this tall. And I realize that kids can now unmask, but I didn't see but 1 or 2 kids that were unmasked today. We still have difficulty understanding them, and they have difficulty understanding us. I cannot imagine being a teacher trying to communicate a new concept to a class full of students while wearing a mask. Progress reports of LCS have been mentioned in previous board meetings. As I remember, it's not a good report, and you, as the school board, should be very concerned with why that report is not good. People used to move to Lynchburg as a result of LCS's excellence in education. That slogan should now be mediocrity in education. The gains are to be commended, but the overall status of LCS education is dismal, and the onus falls squarely on the shoulders with the decisions that you have made for our students and staff for the last 2 years. Students in their formative years, K through 5, have missed foundational instruction. It's no wonder they can't read. Students heading off to college have missed key concepts for their success in college, but you won't be following any of them any longer. They are only by name and need until graduation. Once they're gone, you don't care. The correlation between lack of education and poverty is common knowledge. You are directly responsible for future poverty in our city with your decisions as a school board, and more money is not going to fix the failing school system. Allow the adults and staff to make their own decision regarding masks, and let them get back to the job they were trained and hired to do, and that is educating children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Travis. Our last in-person speaker will be Mr. Aaron Reed, who is going to talk to us from over-testing from the EC Glass English Department. Welcome, Mr. Reed.
Good evening. My name is Aaron Reed, and I am a teacher in Lynchburg City Schools, and tonight I am representing the members of the EC Glass English Department. You know, Mark Twain once said, "A man who chooses not to read has no advantage over the man who cannot read." It is the comparison of these two mindsets, the unwillingness to perform a task and the inability to perform a task, that I want to talk to you tonight in reference to the mid-year scores recently released by LCS and provide you with some suggestions of how we can address some of these problems. Now, one way that LCS assesses reading ability is with a program called IXL. Currently in high school, all students in every English class at every level complete an IXL diagnostic every other week, basically every 14 days. Now, this diagnostic differs for each student, but often students have somewhere up to 70 to 75 questions to complete for this diagnostic. Even at half that, the length of the test is daunting for our most gifted students, to say nothing of students who come from less advantaged backgrounds. This test requires students to read lengthy passages and answer multiple choice questions about author's purpose and literary style. And let's be clear, reading and analyzing a text is absolutely a critical skill that we want our students to master before they receive a high school diploma. But testing them with a monolithic barrage of multiple choice questions is not going to give you the data that you want. You see, Twain's point in his quote was that if a person is unwilling to complete a task genuinely, in this case, an IXL reading assessment that they took 14 days ago, then you're not going to get an accurate assessment of that skill. As students complete seemingly insurmountable series of questions, they're going to become dismayed, discouraged, and they're ultimately going to give up, especially when they know that they're going to have to do it again in 14 days. You have created the mythological story of Sisyphus for all of our students because they will never finish pushing that IXL boulder up the hill. Now, I want to be fair to you and why you seek this information on reading skills and others. The mid-year scores that were just released, for some, tell a troubling story about public schooling. I suspect that you have heard from folks who will willfully contort these numbers to serve their own agenda. See, they will say, you are failing our students because they are not learning. Members of City Council are going to use this report as fodder to challenge any request for additional funding that you make. But these are bad faith actors who seek to overturn the fundamental pillars of public education and supplant it with their own idealized school choice model. But I need you to see that imposing strict, onerous testing requirements on our students in an attempt to appease these dishonest voices is a losing battle. So what can we do? In the case of IXL, the answer is simple. We need to return to a diagnostic tool that is administered only 3 times a year. That's what it was designed for. Start of the year, mid-year, end of the year. That's good data. Again, let's be clear. You're not going to get reading data every single month. But reading comprehension doesn't fundamentally change every 2 weeks, which is how often these students take these tests. We need you to ask hard questions about how much testing is being required. And if you get an answer like, we're not asking for much, follow that up with, but how much? Second, we need to encourage a cultural shift, especially in English classes, to allow teachers to focus on the skills and the accompanying texts that best fit the need of their students. What I'm saying is less time for testing and more time for reading and talking about our texts. At EC Glass, our novel selection for students in grades 9 through 12 is outstanding and continually changes to reflect the diversity of our classrooms. From books like Lord of the Flies, to Kite Runner, to All-American Boys, to Frankenstein, students at our school read a wonderfully rich diversity of time periods and topics and authors. And as English teachers, We can do more of this, meaningful teaching with kids and books, when we are not strapped by testing regulations. We need you to defend the practices of reading, not to pass a test, but to deepen a student's knowledge of history and the culture around them. Thank you for your time and service today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Reed. Thank you very much. We will now have a technology person to roll the voicemail message that we have.
Good afternoon. My name is Danielle Shuey. I'm also representing the group, the Conservative Parents of Lynchburg. I'm also a very proud parent of a kindergartner who attends Bedford Hills Elementary School. Bedford Hills administration and teachers have shown the utmost genuine care for their students, and I'm so very grateful and so very appreciative of their service to our children. Unfortunately, these teachers are still required to wear masks, and the school board has not yet confirmed they will update their bus policy with the CDC guidelines when every other district has. In the public eye, the school board does not show they work with the parents. It does not show that they consider public opinion, and it does not seem as if they consider parents' opinions or address questions by many families. I began emailing questions and concerns along with many other families. I did not receive responses to my emails. I had to send my email with concerns and questions 5 times, 5 separate attempts. Just a quick glance at Lynchburg City Schools' social media page, you'll find many comments asking why their emails have been ignored by the school board. Lynchburg City Schools sent a survey to parents asking if their child would like to take the new vaccine, but the school board did not conduct a survey asking about parents' mask preferences. How can they know what the parents truly prefer without appropriately collecting this data? Not only are parents' rights and our children's freedoms not considered, the board members cannot answer very basic, simple questions regarding topics they are enforcing mandates on and not allowing parents to abide by our governor's executive order. Yet last year, we all abided by Governor Northam's executive order. My kindergartner could not receive an education on January 25th without wearing his mask to enter the school. This day was after the governor's executive order giving us freedoms to choose. On that same day, January 25th, school board members posed for pictures standing side by side, touching shoulder to shoulder without their masks. When my emails to the school board were ignored and questions left unanswered after my 4th and 5th email attempt, I was invited to a phone conversation to hopefully have an opportunity for my concerns to be addressed. During this conversation with a school board member, I spoke about proper PPE protocols being essential, and if not followed, wearing a mask would be pointless. In other words, if proper PPE protocols are not followed, the mask is ineffective. Board member replied to me stating, quote, "I will not respond to your thoughts about how you feel about that," end quote. I stated that that was not a feeling, but that was a fact. I asked why they thought it was okay that they take their mask off for a picture, but my child could enter the school without his on. Board member responded by stating, quote, 15 minutes is the whole notion of how long you need to be in the presence to get COVID. So taking a picture quick isn't standing without a mask for 15 minutes, end quote. I explained I never heard of this and would like information so I could better understand. He later sent me information on the definition of close contact to support this board member's claim. And that information read, defining close contact is for purposes of case investigation and contact tracing. BDH uses the proximity of within 6 feet for a total of 15 minutes or more within 24 hours to determine the need for quarantining persons who have had close contact exposure. Students who were less than 3 feet apart for a total of 15 minutes or more are considered close contacts, even if both students wore masks. So rather than defending the 15-minute COVID notion, board member spoke of, he sent me info regarding board members willingly placing themselves in close contact with those they took pictures with maskless. This is extremely alarming to me that the board members won't allow my child to have an education without wearing his mask, and meanwhile, they display knowledge on topics they have authority on that solely affect our children's education and our children's well-being. Masks are removed during situations because the mask is an impairment. When students are not heard, they remove their mask. They remove that impairment, causing them to not be heard. If the school board members cannot follow proper.
Mr. Harvey, thank you very much. But we do appreciate the voicemail, but the time has. Thank you so much. All right, we will now do our last email or public comment for tonight, which is going to be read by Dr. Carter.
This email comes from Maureen McGettigan. I cannot attend the meeting tonight, but would like to be heard. I ask you to end the mask mandate for staff and for students on buses. Thank you.
All right. We want to thank everyone who presented tonight. This board values the thoughts and opinions of everyone that shares, and we are thankful for your comments tonight. All right, we will now move to Section E of our board meeting for tonight, which is always a continuation of what we witnessed during Section C with the special presentation, and that is to hear from our student representatives and their comments tonight. And so once again, we're delighted to have Jaden Scott from EC Glass and Eugen Kim from Heritage High School. They will present in that order.
Hi, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes.
Perfect. All right, I'm gonna get this screen shared. All right. Okay, so here is the EC Glass presentation for today's school board meeting. I do want to start off discussing the Scholastic Bowl. Congratulations is definitely in order. And I want to give a shout out to our ECG Scholastic Bowl team. This week, they made the trip to Jamestown, Virginia for the state competition. And this was the first time that ECG has made it this far in over a decade. So we want to give a huge shout out to them. And then today, they did finish 2-1 as the Class 4 state runner-up. Also, another round of firsts, we have the first annual Hilltopper Alumni Football Scholarships. So during this past month, 2 ECG seniors were awarded the first ever annual Hilltopper Alumni Scholarship. This was Quaterius Foster and Markevius Grace Franklin. They were selected based on their outstanding leadership positions as well as their academic career. So they now have just another step further into their college career. So congratulations to them. And then we have the Women's Basketball Player of the Year. We actually have Miss Jordan Wright-Gage. She won this year as the Seminole District Player of the Year. We are more than proud of you, Jordan. And then also pictured beside, well, Jordan is on the left, and on the right, there's Jemiah, and she won last year. So to see both of them side by side is really good. So these are the Player of the Years for the past year as well as this year. And then ECG Library, I definitely wanted to shed some light on our library because we have a lot of interesting things going on now that I'm not too sure if everybody knew about. So I wanted to give this just a moment. ECG Library has a host of activities going on this year. Just this past month, we had an interactive board that allowed teachers and students to come in and decipher between love song lyrics and poems. And so this first picture, we have our principal, Mr. Mayberry, as well as our SRO. They're going along with this game, trying to figure out whether what's on the card is a love song lyric or if it's a stanza from a poem. And then this month's board will include a Sudoku take and create. And so basically they're going to give you like a little kit and you take it with you and do your own Sudoku at home or whenever you have some free time. And then there's also going to be a 3-month-long bingo reading challenge going on. And then in addition to that challenge, it is also Read Across America Month. And EC Glass will definitely be participating in this. And so every morning on the announcements, the challenge will be announced. And so make sure that all of y'all are on the lookout for that. That should be very interesting. And then once you have completed your challenge, you can take a selfie and tag the library's Instagram, or you can go on Twitter and use the hashtag ECGReads. And then this is just a little reminder for our seniors. Just make sure that you're staying updated with all of our things going on. So far, we have a Google Classroom up and we also have a website. You can find the link to the website in our Instagram bio. It's a link up at the very top and then it'll redirect you to the senior page. Make sure to stay updated on that because we are discussing caps and gowns, graduation, prom, all different kinds of things. And so I'm sure that will be very exciting for our seniors. And then Key Club, just last month, they created some Valentine's Day cards to give back to our community, and they were distributed to the women at the Williams home. So we thank you very much for that. It went very well. The cards were beautiful. And then today and tomorrow, ECG will be at the state meet for track and field. So we definitely want to give a good luck. And for the people that ran today, congratulations on any place. And I'm not sure where everybody landed, but just in advance, I know that everybody will do great. So there's that. And then that is the end of my presentation for today. I hope you all enjoyed, and thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, James.
Hello, everyone. My name is Eugene Kim. I'm glad to be back here, and I am the student representative for Heritage High School. First off, I'm going to talk about Heritage Aquaponics. Aquaponics is a program that combines aquaculture and plants, or hydroponics, where plants are grown in water without soil. So at Heritage, we have a 140-gallon tank, and students are working to harvest lettuce and baby tilapia, baby fish, and in the future, they might do projects that involve fresh herbs and harvesting salad kits. The Heritage Environmental Club has been hard at work this past month. They have had a couple joint volunteer opportunities with the EC Glass Environment Action Club. They partnered together to work on the Master Naturalist project, and this is where students had the opportunity to learn about invasive plant species. And they also worked together, as you can see in this picture, to pick up trash around Miller Park. Heritage Theater is also hard at work. They have been rehearsing and putting on wonderful performances of The Wizard of Oz. And for anyone who is interested in watching, their next performance is Thursday, March 3rd at 7 p.m. in the Heritage High School Auditorium. And on to our Heritage High School basketball teams. Congratulations, first of all, to all our seniors. We're so proud of your dedication and commitment. And further congratulations to our boys basketball team. They advanced to the Region 3C quarterfinals. So congratulations to all our basketball players. And moving on to track, another big thank you to our seniors in track. We appreciate all your hard work and dedication that you brought to our school and to the sport. And also congratulations to both the girls and boys track and field teams for becoming the Region 3C champions. Heritage Swim, congratulations to Emily Judy and Sean Kim for qualifying for the Class 3 State Championship meet, which took place on Saturday, February 19th. And as you can see, our sports teams are keeping busy. Congratulations to Heritage Wrestling. They placed, I believe they placed 11th, yes, 11th out of 45 teams overall at the Class 3 State meet. Marquez Wood placed second and Dylan Lamar placed sixth in their respective weight classes. Last, but certainly not least, huge congratulations to Carter Banks and Kashawn Hubbard. Carter Banks, defensive end, signed to James Madison University, and Kashawn Hubbard, wide receiver, signed to Averett University. And once again, just a huge congratulations to them. And just congratulations and thank you to all our students, all our teachers at Heritage. Thank you.
Thank you, Yuja. We certainly thank our student reps for sharing that information with us and all of the work that is going on in our high schools. We certainly appreciate it. Thank you both. We'll now move to section F of our meeting, finance report. Dr. Edwards.
Yes, and this is our regular monthly finance report, and I have Ms. Monet Davis here to go over the finance report and answer any questions.
Good evening, Board.
Good evening.
So I'm going to give us our finance report through January 31st, 2022. Our revenue has not changed. The operating budget has not changed of $102,487,943 and 1 penny. The revenue that we've received through January, we've received about 44.56% of our anticipated revenue for this year. And the expenditures, the actual expenditures spent through January is about 49.45% of our budget, at about $50.6 million. If you include the actual expenditures with the encumbrances, We have spent about 89.48%, a little less than 92 million, and 91.8. The health insurance, again, did not meet the need. It was a lot less, but it still didn't quite get there. And you can see where we compared to last year. Any questions? I've also attached your expenditure and revenue reports for January. Do you have any questions?
All right, Dr. Sinha?
Yeah, when I look at these expenditure reports, I struggle to really comprehend them in terms of context. And I guess my request is, how difficult would it be to report these same numbers, but sort of in keeping with our personnel chart, like departments, divisions, school buildings, to know exactly where these dollars are being spent. And then, so that's just one thing. And then the other, I see, for example, we have classroom instruction in 2 places, along with instructional support. So I'm not clear on what the differences are there. Okay. Similarly, we have administration in 2 places, and then I'm not sure what, and management and direction. Can you clarify that?
Okay. So if you look, one is the title, and then one is sort of the total. So classroom instruction, 1,100. This all goes through by the Virginia Department of Education accounting system. So we mirror them. So when you see 2 classroom instructions like 1,100, and then the 2 X's, at the bottom, you'll also see that 1,100 2 X's. So that is the total for all classroom instruction.
Yeah, there's 81 XX.
Oh, are you, oh.
Classroom instruction.
So 81, you're right, I'm sorry. So 81, all 8,000 is technology. So we actually broke it up to be even more detailed. And we have classroom instruction technology, the instructional support technology, administration technology. So all the 8,000s are all technology, but we just made them more detailed than we had previously.
Is it possible to see how these are allocated across departments and buildings as separate entities?
Anything's possible. It's up to you guys and the superintendent, what you want.
So Dr. Sinha, if it, just because these reports, and I've seen them, and they can fill pages and pages based on whichever account number you select. So if you could get with me and be very specific about what, because to do these for each school and each department might be a little lengthy, and I don't think that's what you're asking.
No, maybe just the main categories. So, for example, 11XX, I wouldn't need to know the sub-details, just sort of in general where.
So what classroom instruction looks like at Bedford Hills, and what classroom instruction looks like.
It's like a sense of, of what that is. And then within different divisions at the administration level, and how those are spread out across the whole division, where those resources are going.
Okay. I think I understand what you're saying.
We can talk some more. I have trouble just giving it context, or am I, do you have a suggestion?
I think it's too much, but that's just because I've looked at these for so long that I have a understand. I think maybe if you knew what the titles for each one, like classroom instruction, what that meant, then you probably have a better idea of where that money's going, not maybe the breakdown.
But I feel comfortable that between Dr. Edwards.
I do too.
Yeah.
You all can work out what would be necessary. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Sinha. Thank you, Ms. Morrison. Dr. Gupta.
So, Ms. Davis, you have the insurance was in hole by about $1.4 million this year. And the budget we have in front of us, which will be discussed later, is proposing an increase which will bring in about $815,000 plus and minus. So are you projecting it to be a better year in the future, or this $600,000 gap will persist for the years to come?
Well, that's a little difficult with insurance because you can have a good year and you can have a not so good year. We've had a lot of not so good years, the last couple. So maybe I would assume just with the rising costs that we are going to definitely need that additional 10% that we're budgeting for, or hoping to budget for.
Yeah. And Dr. Gupta, if I could answer that, because I was, when we had the really good years and we had high fund balance, we had to make some adjustments and we cut it, right? And then we didn't have not so good years. So what we're trying to do, and this is, health insurance is always a gamble, is not go so high that we end up back where we were, where the fund balance is too high, but also not do anything or not go so low that we continue to see that shortage and that gap. Each year that we use the previous year to make a decision, I think that's how we got into to where we were before, where you expressed concern, because the previous year we were constantly under, like we were 800,000 where we were budgeting $1 million, so we were constantly under, and then the following year we were over. What we're really can't see yet, because we're still in the middle of the pandemic, is how much of this might have been elective things that people put off, because when we first started the pandemic, no one was really going to the doctor or anything. We don't really know for sure. So the 800,000 right now is a protective measure, not an exact science, based on what we keep seeing month after month after month. And again, assuring this board, if we get into next year as we are in this year, and we see that we have a shortage, we'll be making the same adjustments that we have in the past. And for the public, we do have that $2 million in reserve, which we really don't want to touch, because once you touch it, you got to build it back up. But should we find ourselves in a situation next school year, that is our backup.
Dr. Gupta?
See, my concern was last year we were down by 500,000. This year by 1.4 million. We got a $2 million reserve, so we have to balance it out, that loss somehow. So if the numbers are increasing, is 800,000 in the current budget is the right number, or is too much on the low end side? That was my.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't know for sure what number is the right number. I could tell you next June what the right number would have been, because we'll know at the end of the school year. But predicting it, we do the best that we can in terms of just predicting.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Any other questions? Mr. Harvey first, and then Dr. Sinha.
I'll yield to Dr. Sinha.
Dr. Sinha, and then Mr. Harvey.
I just want to, it's just a piddly amount, so it probably doesn't matter, but under equipment services, we don't budget for salaries and employee benefits, but we have 51,000, well, 69,000 in expenditures there.
You said equipment services?
Contracted. Yeah, equipment services. So what's going on?
That is a technician that was actually budgeted.
Yeah, we did talk about that before. Never mind. I'm
Transportation
sorry.
and moved to maintenance.
Right, I gotcha.
Thank you. Mr. Harvey?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for, again, presenting this and preparing all this information for us. One of the things that I've been sort of following and reviewing each month, and I feel kind of inclined to ask specifically about this, is, we are now within this budget, we're over 6 months into it. And there are quite a few percentages that are way beyond 50%. We even have some that are approaching 200%. In other words, we have overspent in our expenditures what our revenues are for those particular budgeted items. And the one that I'm just going to focus on is in vehicular operation services. If you look at most of those categories, we have already overspent. And I would just like to get a good understanding of, when we overspend, where does that come from?
Okay, I can answer that.
Okay?
Well, for this, we've discussed the transportation, and we've actually gone and moved some funds there, so you should see it next month. But we do have, this is the transportation. So this is all bus drivers, this is where they are. So we do have some negative fund balances in the major categories of purchase services, which is that SPED service that we were not anticipating using as much as we had, especially at the beginning of the year. It's gotten a lot better, and we're not using them as much, but that was definitely an unanticipated expense. Also, the auto insurance, which is that negative $63,000. Our auto insurance went up quite a bit. So again, that was unanticipated. And then we had AC put in some buses that wasn't accounted for this year. It was an old PO from last year that we were able to roll over, but the funds haven't been put into that account yet, which I will put them in, but we do have quite a bit of attrition with our bus drivers. Just as you know, we have a shortage. So the funds could come from those leftover funds to cover those accounts.
So we're moving funds from unfilled positions to outsource services? Is that what I understand?
Some of these cases, yes.
So just
because there weren't anything, we didn't have them.
Yeah. So if you, and I don't want to take us back to a dark time, but way back when in August, when we had transportation concerns, we spent a ton of money on overtime in terms of staff being here on Saturdays and Sundays and working. We also contracted out, and none of that was in the budget to budget for. But we know that that was a necessary expense that we had to have in order to fix our transportation software, get training, the whole 9 yards. So sometimes you'll see, particularly in transportation, I know we had this conversation, that those were some expenses that we had not accounted for when we were developing our budget. So yes, in cases where we try to look for, okay, we know this is something we're going to have to pay for, where do we get the funds from? In some cases, we do have to transfer from other like item accounts to cover those things. We hope that that doesn't happen a lot, but sometimes it does. The other thing is in terms of just, and I don't know, Ms. Davis, you might want to speak to this, the speed at which we shore up accounts. I'll say it that way because that's the way that we do it. In some instances, we all have purchasing cards, P cards, so you'll see some expenses that are paid out because of a P card, but we didn't necessarily shore up that account yet. So there may be some discrepancies that you see going across, and I'd like to see it be a little bit cleaner and shore it up a little bit faster than we're doing right now.
Which we are working on.
Mr. Harvey?
If I could just follow up. So this is what I continue to talk about at most meetings. It would be nice to be able to understand that. We're being tasked with pulling together a budget. And for us to be preparing a budget and making sure, as I understand, Dr. Gupta is asking about the health insurance and how are we anticipating providing for that deficit that we continue to have and it continues to grow. It is our responsibility to try to be able to project that and budget for that. So I have been a firm believer that we have to have that understanding of where we have fallen short in the previous year and where we need to be moving funds in our budget. Instead, it sounds like that we have a shortfall and then it's just moved from somewhere and it gets paid for. And we never rectify that in understanding what has taken place for us to be budgeting appropriately for the following year.
So in response to that, I will say we're doing what you just asked. So this year we experienced shortfall in health insurance. If we were doing what you said, there will be no request in the budget line for any additional health insurance money because we just wait and do what we did and move money around. If you remember the previous year, we budgeted 7% for health insurance. Mm-hmm. So we looked at it the year before and said,
Do we want to go 5, 7, or 10? And we went right in the middle at 7. So we did look at, like, we see a shortfall. Here's what we think will work. We did what we think would work, and we're still experiencing it. And we had not anticipated coming behind a 7 and adding a 10 the very next year. But that's where we are right now. So again, we're looking at that saying, okay, this is going up, and we got to look at what we have, and let's make sure that we add into the budget to cover things. Not health insurance, auto insurance is another one that we're like, this looks like it's trending up. So I think we have where's the auto insurance here somewhere on here? I lost my spot. Is that the $400,000 additional to cover that? So when you say we're not looking at the budget, looking at what's going on and projecting in the future, we absolutely are looking at it and doing the best that we can in terms of managing those funds and resources as necessary, which is why you will see some of these things. We do exactly that, and I think I showed you in my superintendent budget, and here's a good one, legal fees, right? So when I get here, legal fees are high. If we're in the middle of a case, I need some money for legal fees. That's pretty high. But then the following year, it may be a little bit lower. So we end up trimming that budget a little bit and not needing as many legal fees as we may need. Or maybe I need more legal fees in special education if I start to see that trend. So these are the things that we look at when we're looking at our existing budget and looking at trends and seeing whether or not do we need to move money, do we need to do something different. I will give you another example. The last 2 years, we have been pretty much not taking a lot of field trips, which means we're not spending a lot of money on extra support for bus drivers who do the field trips. We're also not spending anything on fuel for field trips. Well, as we're looking at possibly coming out of the pandemic, when we were doing the individual budgets with the schools, they're like, we haven't used field trip money, but next year we want to make sure that we have money for field trips. Another example would be professional development. Most of the professional development in the first 2 years has been on Zoom and virtual, including what a lot of the board has done has been virtual and Zoom. And you could think of that as, that might be a $200 registration fee, but not hotel and travel. Add hotel and travel, that could go upwards to about $1,000. And again, when we met with each building manager, as we're looking at it, even this year, we're seeing at the end of this year, more in-person travel and in-person things. So individually, when we meet with department heads and principals, we go through every single line to talk about. And I think one of the questions that you actually have on your sheet is, how did that work out this year with the amount you had? Was it enough? Was it too much? Were you underfunded in some areas? Are there new areas that you need to consider? So that is what the administrative team does when we do our process, and we put all that together, and that's how we get here in terms of that. Now, what we don't bring to you is, here are all of the lines from, let's say, Heritage High School, and this is what the Heritage High School principal said about each individual line and what we need to move and whether or not that was accurately funded and so on. And then repeat that for glass, repeat that for SPED or transportation, that kind of stuff. We do that as administrators.
All right, well, of course, when we get to unfinished business, there can be further discussion on the budget details, but I think that we have heard everyone who wants to say something about the financial report at this time. All right, thank you, Ms. Davis. Thank you for your sharing, and we appreciate your work. All right, the section G is our consent agenda. And board, we have 2 items for consideration under the consent agenda for action tonight: the minutes from our February the 1st school board meeting and the minutes from our February the 15th work session. That gives us G1 and G2. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Move that we.
Member Trost?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan?
Yes.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Nellis?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Thank you, board. Section H is our school board member reports. And again, Dr. Carter and I would try to just converse with individuals as it relates to some of these groups that we want to get going with. But tonight, I'm going to just simply call out the committee, and if you have a report, please feel free to share it. Finance and Facilities Committee, I know that Dr. Nillis was absent and Ms. Morrison was present to share, but Dr. Nillis? Morrison?
Yeah, please.
Ms. Morrison,
I got you.
Morrison forgot that she chaired the meeting. We did meet and we discussed, a lot of the time we spent discussing the way that the board members could be better prepared for our joint city-school joint session on March 22nd and gave feedback about what things that we should be knowledgeable about. And I will bring my minutes from the meeting next time and give you more information. But Mr. Harvey or Dr. Brennan, do you all have anything that you remembered from that meeting? I do remember that we talked about when we were having meetings with organizations that on each agenda there will be a budget item for presentation to the members that are there, like PI and other groups. And I think that was something that we found would be very helpful to clarify. So, Dr. Brennan?
No, nothing to add, thank you.
This chair would like to acknowledge you did a fine job of serving as a chair for that
Thank you.
particular meeting, Ms. Morrison, and thank you, Dr. Nillis. All right, Governor's School Committee, Dr. Gupta.
I think we have a meeting tomorrow, but I put the agenda copies of all the material they have given is on your table.
So you should have something from Dr. Gupta. Please make sure that you look at that, and we appreciate your work, Dr. Gupta. Thank you very much. Lower Regional School, Dr. Carter.
The Laurel Regional School convened on February the 2nd, and we discussed the mitigation update, the study update, the budget update, and also general update. And now Dr. Asap has finished with his report, so we're anticipating hearing for our superintendent, not superintendent, excuse me, the director of Laurel, Dr. Lewis, the findings.
Thank you, Dr. Carter. STEM Academy, Dr. Nillis.
No report.
Thank you, Dr. Nillis. Dr. Sinha, Legislative Advocacy and Community Relations.
Yeah, at our last meeting, again, I gave an overview of what we learned from the Capitol Conference and our visits with our local delegation. And then in terms of community relations and advocacy, we talked about strategies for discussing our budget with council members, to meet one-on-one with them. And I took the bull by the horns, and I had a 2.5-hour meeting with Councilman Helgeson last week. It was actually quite pleasant, and I really enjoyed it. And we talked about anything and everything, and it wasn't so much budget focused, and mostly I just wanted to hear his concerns, his perspective. And I shared with him that I have a Helgeson rule, that I often think, what would Helgeson do in this situation? And I find it valuable as a way of just turning things on their side and looking at them differently. So I'm very grateful to him for giving me so much of his time and being so cordial and open to talking about. We talked about the facility study that'll come up, about charter schools. We talked about budget and enrollments and potential for all kinds of different things to happen. So it was very good. And thank you to Councilman Helgeson.
Thank you, Dr. Sinha. All right, as far as the Education Task Force, there's a possibility that the task force may or may not report at the March 8th council meeting, and we will, of course, keep you posted on that. As of right now, there's nothing further to discuss. I do know that Dr. Carter and I will be meeting with council leadership on March the 11th, along with Dr. Edwards and Cinda. So we will just wait and see how that develops, all right? Any questions on that? All right, Partners in Education, Dr. Brennan and Dr.
You.
Dr. Brennan?
I'm not aware of any information.
I don't have any either at this particular time. Thank you so kindly. Beacon of Hope, Dr. Nillis and Dr. Sinha.
No report.
No report.
All right. And the Education Foundation, Dr. Sinha and Mr. Trost.
Anything to say? We have a meeting coming up later this month, I believe.
And we had a meeting 2 weeks ago,
Yeah, where we,
an introductory meeting more for my benefit, kind of outlined some things that we'd like to see happen with the Education Board, and also let the Education Board introduce themselves and their objectives and some of the things that they'd like to do. I thought it was a very productive meeting.
All right, thank you very much. And again, we'll be getting with each person and moving some of these things along by the time we get to our April meeting. Thank you very much. We will now have our comprehensive strategic plan, section I, and we'll ask Dr. Edwards to bring in Mrs. Pugh.
Yeah, so as you know, each month we have one of the goals and objectives from our comprehensive strategic plan, which we like to report out on for the community. That plan is available on our website under the board section. You can find it to get more details about the plan. Tonight, we're going to be talking about alternative education program and services, and I am going to turn it over to Ms. Pugh.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards and School Board. 1.6 of the strategic plan looks at reviewing and revising and enhancing a lot of our programs in the division. 1.6.2 is specific to the alternative education programs and services. And one of the action steps there is to conduct a complete audit and review and revise the curriculum and program offerings for K-12 alternative education programs, including transition classes at Sheffield, Empowerment Academy, and Fort Hill Community School. And I began this process in November and looking for someone to help us that was an external auditor. We are partnering with the National Alternative Education Association. I reached out to them in November. We had a wonderful conversation. They have exemplary practices, and from that they have a rubric. And those practices look at things like vision and mission, leadership, climate and culture, student assessment, the transition into and out of the alternative education program, policies and procedures, technology support, support from leadership, both at the program and school level as well as the division level. There are 15 different areas that we look at. They suggested that we do an internal audit first, which we're in the process of doing now. So I have a team of 7 that are working with me. They're the 3 principals or directors of those programs that I mentioned, and then there are some other staff in the division, principals as well as supervisors that are on this team. We used the rubric and put together a survey that we sent out to the staff at these schools and programs, we're getting their feedback that way, but we're also conducting site visits to go in and have conversations with the staff and ask specific questions. Once we have all of our information, we will complete that rubric. And then at the end of March, beginning of April, 4 people from the National Alternative Education Association will come to us in Lynchburg, and they will visit those 3 sites. And then they will do their rubric, and then they will also provide us with a comprehensive plan of revisions, suggestions, moving forward, how we can enhance our alternative education program moving forward. So that's where we are to date on that audit.
Any questions for our Deputy Superintendent or Superintendent, Ms. Morrison, and then Dr. Carter?
Well, I remember asking if we were including the alternative ed sites in our facility studies, and they said that we were not, but I really think the alternative ed sites need facility studies, because we know as they grow, we need to look at a safe place, we need to look at enrollment numbers and what we can do, and I hope that we can move in that direction, because I think that's a really important thing for us.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Carter, and then Mr. Harvey.
I'm just very pleased that we're doing this, that we initiated this, and I just can't wait to hear what they are saying regarding, I know we're looking at whether or not the time there needs to be longer for some of the older students.
Mm-hmm.
That's great. This is wonderful.
Thank you.
And when will they start, do you think?
Well, they are coming, I'm hoping the last week of March or either the first week of April. There are 4 members of this association that will travel. I think 2 are from Virginia, 2 are from Maryland, They will travel here and in one afternoon and then spend the night, and then the next day they will visit those 3 sites and do their comprehensive interviews and reviews. And then they will take their information, complete their rubric, and then they will take some time to give us their report. So I would imagine we would probably have their report by the end of April, at least by the beginning of May.
And one additional follow-up from Dr. Carter.
And I'm really interested in the transition back to their base schools.
Yeah.
Just what the findings are there.
Mr. Harvey, then Dr. Sinha.
Yeah, I think Ms. Morrison's point is well taken. Are those programs, it seems to me, to my recollection, that some of those programs we were renting buildings versus owning them?
Well, Fort Hill Community School is in an old school building off of Fort Avenue, and I believe that building belongs to the city. And then Empowerment Academy, which was on 12th and Madison, we were renting that space. But that's moved to the RCI, excuse me. I was thinking S, the RCI complex.
Which is rented.
Which is rented. And then the Sheffield transition classes are at Sheffield Elementary School. So that is one of our buildings, and that building is part of the facility study. They are in 3 mobile units outside, 3 or 4 mobile units outside of the school building.
If I could
Harvey has a
follow up.
Yes.
Because I think Ms. Morrison's point is critical. I think we should not necessarily do a facilities analysis on those buildings, but I do think the final reports that come should take those students into account, because we need to be placing those students. And I would agree that we do not need to spend the money to do a facilities analysis on properties that we are renting. But I do believe any properties that we own should be included in that facilities analysis. And it sounds like we've got at least one of them included in that analysis, but I do think we need to make sure that we're including those students in that analysis as well.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Well said. Dr. Sinha.
I just wanted to echo that I think it's really important that we do an in-depth study following up students who are enrolled in alternative education, what the outcomes are, how well they do once they're brought back to the base institution. You know, what are the goals and objectives, and what are the criteria for success? A lot of these students that end up in these situations, when you look at their academic history, you can see a history of them following more and more behind year after year. And seems to definitely contribute to the issues that cause them to be enrolled in alternative education. So I'd like to see not just like behavioral outcomes, but academic outcomes too, in terms of catching up or what have you.
Thank you, Dr. Sinha. Ms. Morrison?
And I also like to thank the staff at Fort Hill, because that graduation was one of my favorites to go to. It was a true celebration, and the students had performed well, and they were truly celebrated, and many of them were successfully graduating because of the support and programs that are there for them to meet their needs, and how they connect with their base school and provide services, whether specialized programs or they deserve a lot of kudos from us for the success of students.
Masterfully done. I agree. Thank you, Ms. Morrison. Any further questions or discussion for Ms. Pugh? All right, so that we can have a nice, fresh perspective to everything, if it would be okay with the board, if we could take a 5-minute break, and then we'll be able to do unfinished and new business and conclude our meeting. We'll take a 5-minute recess. for our break. The items that are coming before us are all basically critical for us to be at our best, and so I'm thankful. We will now resume our meeting, and we are now in our unfinished business section, J, and the first item is in regards to LCS Community updates, and Dr. Edwards will lay the ground for us regarding this. Dr. Edwards.
Yep, thank you. We have two items on our community update. One is summer programming and one is a discussion about our health mitigation update. But I'd like the board to just entertain a third item that's kind of timely, that has come up today in terms of just bullying. And if you're okay with us giving an update on bullying, just because of the timely events of today. And I do believe I also have on Zoom Director Brown as well as Director Reeves, who can fill in any of extra details or add to what we're doing today. So,
Dr. Edwards, before you go forward on that, board, are we okay with that? I think it's very important. Item 3, the bullying. Go right ahead, Dr.
okay,
Edwards.
thank you, sir. And we have, and you all probably have too, received some uptick in conversations about bullying, aggressive behavior, and things of that nature that we have also received. I think last week, Director Brown and Director Reeves put together our version of the message where we talk about what you're talking about, and that's what our community was talking about. And in the message, one of the things that we really wanted to relay to our families is to make sure that they are letting us know that these things are occurring. And in some instances, students are letting things go for first time, second time, maybe a third, before letting us know. And today I really stress that families and students, either whether students talk to a teacher, a counselor, custodian, the SRO in the school, whoever is a trusted adult for that child, to just let someone know so that information gets to the school administration and we can intervene quickly rather than intervening later. That is so very, very important that our students who are not only, if I'm a student who might be a victim of bullying, but we need to build a community of upstanders where students who are witnessing this see something, say something. We also have our tip line if you want to anonymously report that. And that is one of the ways that we are going to get in front of this and curtail these activities. The other thing is just looking at the, if I want to say consequences, there's remediation, there's intervention, there's counseling, there's discipline depending upon what's going on. And those are all in the after effects, right? After the things have occurred. What happens before? And I think Director Reeves talked about it today, that we need to have more conversations with our children, and that's all of us, that's all of the adults. Not just how was your day or what'd you do today, nothing, but getting to the heart of how kids are feeling, right? Because bullying might be the response of, I'm feeling some kind of way. So have you felt inspired today? Has anybody inspired you? And on the opposite end, were you not inspired? Were you discouraged? Were you afraid? Those kinds of things that we need parents' help in that, or guardians or trusted adults in children's lives to help and work with us on that. We do have a series of strategies, positive behavioral supports, tiered supports, systems of supports as well. So there are things, we have counseling services, both telehealth counseling services, if that's what our students need. And we have social workers who can work with families if we have children who are in trauma, experiencing that, and it may be a family thing. So we are open to do everything that we can do to support our students and support this positive learning environment. And it's gonna take all of us to do it, all of us, our community, our schools. We are also witnessing just an uptick in violence in our community. We're witnessing an uptick in violence in the world right now, and it is all around us. And I mentioned today, last week was Kindness Week, and we kind of just was like, it's Kindness Week. It needs to just be kindness. Don't take week off, just kindness and empathy, so that we do more of teaching
that we teach our families how to engage with their young people in their households, how to do that so that we can eliminate, if not eradicate, the violence and all of these things here. So to our community who, and we got a lot of conversation that says we don't necessarily answer and respond. We do want to hear from you. We do want to know. We don't want anything going on in our schools except for excellent learning and excellent experiences, and having our kids come home. When they come home, when they leave school, there should be nothing but happiness and joy. And that's for the students who attend and the adults who are there to work with them. And to the degree that we as a community can support creating a culture like that, I need everybody. And, you know, Director Reeves has gone out to schools to talk directly with students because we recognize that, you know, we're adults, but often we're the last to know. Students usually know before we are. And we have students who are like, what can I do? What can I do in my own school? And we'll continue to do that. We're going out tomorrow to another school to speak with the children in the schools. But to the families, we also need your help as well. We do. There are things that our children that are experiencing, some of which is spilling into the schools, and we want to work with you. We understand parenting is a tough job, but we're in it with you to help our students. We want a safe environment for everyone. Regarding the process, because this comes up a lot, what's the process for this? And I know we talked about this in our message last week, but one of the first steps is start at the area where it's occurring. Start at the area where it's occurring. It's the most expedient way to get it done, because when you start with me to tell me what happened at a school, then I have to go call the school, talk to the principal who may not know, who has to go find the teacher or anybody. We're adding time to that investigation. So if you're talking to your child and they say, hey, in the cafeteria or in the lunchroom or on the bus or wherever it may be, that is the place to start that conversation. At the school level, if it's on the bus, of course you can have that with transportation, but it will eventually come back to the school level. And then if the school level is needing support, we come down to the division level, and we have a wonderful Department of Student Services. So when families call central office or call downtown, often if they say, listen, I have a concern about bullying, they are immediately transferred to or greeted by a member of the Student Services Department, which is the department that Director Brown runs with supervisors as well. And they provide that support for both parents, families, the child, and the school. They also assist if there is any investigation that needs to go beyond the school level. And then at that point, if there's still no resolve or if there's still some concern, generally then it comes up to either Deputy Superintendent Pugh or myself to really look at what those concerns are in terms of that. And if that is an area, that chain that we need to get better at addressing, we need to get faster. I heard from a parent today said, well, the investigation takes too long. We want it to be thorough, right? We don't want to make inappropriate decisions, but we also want to make sure that we keep kids safe. And I know Director Brown, she's probably on, does a lot of work with the schools in terms of putting safety plans in place so that kids can be safe. And in certain cases, we have moved kids to different alternative programs, different schools, different programs, and all options because we consider each case. So I wanted to just share that and make sure that our community knows that, we don't support this and we need everybody's help to really make sure that our children are safe, our children are thriving in our learning environment, and that we continue to work with families. We continue to partner with the social services agencies in our community that also help and support particularly any kids who are undergoing trauma or families who may be in need of additional assistance. We continue to partner with our law enforcement agencies to, look at things like gang activities and things like that may be impacting our schools. And we want to remain open to those partnerships and continue to keep our kids safe. And I'll ask Director Reeves and Director Brown if I missed anything and if they want to add anything to that.
Good evening. The only thing that I would just reiterate is that there's so many layers to this, and that it is going to take everyone's participation, the students, the parents and guardians, and of course, LCS employees, to really help with this. And I know that it's our duty to provide that safe space, that academic environment, and that's what we will do. I will be sending out just questions that families can ask their children. We don't want to assume that they know what to say or do. So we want to provide that guidance. We really want to begin having the conversation so that we can help our children. In the schools, the students want a safe school. So I've asked students to help me get the message out, and we'll be working with them over the course of the next few weeks to get that done. So it's going to take everybody.
And Director Brown, is there anything you want to add?
I would just like to echo Director Reeves. It's going to take all of us pulling together, working hand in hand, and getting the information out, giving students voices, but also letting the community know that we are listening, and our doors are always open and telephone lines are open to receive those calls. And once we receive that information, we will act very swiftly and follow up with the reports that comes into our office as well. But we are here to support our students. And like the superintendent said, we do offer counseling, we do offer support services, but most of all, we want to stop it where it begins. And just working with our staff and community members to help it stop at the root of the problem and help it not to spread. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Coleman.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Edwards, for allowing us to hear from you and your staff about this very pertinent matter. And I do want to give the board an opportunity to weigh in for just a moment. And so Ms. Morrison and then Dr. Sinha, I think.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards. We've been doing a number of discipline meetings, and I am amazed at the number of times that we will hear, my child was bullied on social media. This is not something that we as a school division can monitor. We do monitor it on our Chromebooks. We are able to get words or phrases that give us information about what's going on. But we don't monitor individual phones, and students as young as 6th grade are coming to us with information about what they're getting on social media, and I would encourage parents to monitor that, to make sure that their students are in the places where it is safe for them to be, in conversations that are safe for them to be having. We can't do that. We don't have that capability, but we need for parents to do that because we're seeing it as a board in discipline meetings, that a lot is going on outside of school and it's being exploded into the culture of our schools.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison. Dr. Sinha?
Yeah, I'd be curious, just a quick overview of what teachers are, how they're trained to handle cases of bullying and to recognize bullying, because I know there was one case I discussed with you where a boy was picking on a girl and the teacher kind of just laughed it off as boys will be boys, and then kind of retaliated against the young girl in the classroom and contributed to the problem. So certainly we don't want that, and some things people can perceive as just a mild irritation, but a student can internalize it. So how are teachers taught to recognize and understand and intervene in these situations?
So first, all staff are required each year to undergo anti-bullying training intervention for that as part of just being an LCS employee, because it's not just teachers, right?
Right.
It could be any adult in the building that is engaging or witnessing or walking by a situation, and that they appropriately need to know how to respond. And if you find yourself as an adult, you could be a visitor in the building and you're just unsure of what to do, the best course of action is to go to the main office and say, here's what I saw, here's where I saw it, and these are the individuals that, and I need some help with this, and let the school administration, guidance counselors, school counselors, social workers to assist you if you yourself find yourself that you are unsure of how to handle that. Director Reeves and Director Brown, along with CNI, offer a lot of different training on sensitivity and different issues. And I think you said it correctly, you know, something that may seem on the surface as, you know, one way, a child may internalize it. And that should be our focal point on having good relationships with your students, and good engagement in your classroom goes a long way with a lot of different things, including academics, engagement, and behavior in the class. Because when I have a great relationship with my students, I might notice that one of my students here is not quite himself. And I can engage in that conversation, or even call home and say, hey, I'm noticing the following, and not wait until it's been weeks or months or things like that. And getting kids to talk to one another. Another thing that teachers can do in their classroom is build classroom culture. And we used to do something called like accountability partners, where in our classroom, you know, you three are all accountability partners. And one of your leadership jobs in this class is to make sure that you help your partners be successful and help create and inspire these opportunities for them to talk. So they have these buddy systems where even a buddy may say, hey, Dr. Edwards, I don't know if so-and-so told you, but I'm noticing, so that they feel comfortable coming to me as a teacher, as an assistant, as a cafeteria worker, to have these kinds of conversations. And then, you know, through Director Brown's office and through what we call positive behavioral supports and tiered system of supports, there are several intervention strategies that we can use to work with students. But I think she said it best. The most important teaching strategies are the ones that prevent it in the first place, right? And if you have a good relationships with your kids, highly engaging classroom, and you have to nip it in the bud early, right? Mm-hmm. When you're really starting that beginning of the school year and you're creating that classroom culture and you say, this is how we treat one another. These are the expectations. You share those expectations with parents so that they know, I'm so glad that your child is in my class. These are the expectations about how we treat and respect one another. And I'm going to call you and tell you all the celebratory stuff that your child has done, because it's my job to celebrate your child. But I'm also going to call you if I feel like your child is creating a situation where others are feeling uncomfortable, and teachers have to be comfortable in doing that. So that type of training as well. And then it just goes up from there, because some of it, if it's trauma, I know we have a whole school that's working on trauma-informed practices in a school, and that's something that we also want to get better at. But our educators aren't clinicians, so they may not have that high-level skill set to respond to trauma-induced or trauma-related bullying incidents that go along, but there is training that we continue to do for that. And this is really important. It's not something that's one and done, right? Because as you brought up, Ms. Morrison, bullying occurs on social media, right? And back in my day, social media was Facebook. And now, you know, Facebook is probably where my generation hangs out. But TikTok and Instagram, and there are a whole bunch of other things that I don't even know the name of yet, that kids will say, this is where this is occurring. And as educators, if we just trained 10 years ago, we're not aware of that. We're not aware of the signs. The cell phones make it real easy and increase the anonymity, I will say, for some of these acts. And we don't have a way to monitor cell phones. We don't, and we're seeing an increasing number of students. We do try to crack down on the cell phones and not in instructional time, while recognizing that maybe students can have cell phones at another time. But during instructional time, we do try to crack down, but we cannot monitor it. And I would actually be curious to see where our incidents trend if Mondays are a big day for responding to them, because we've had the weekend. And typically, things that start on the weekend spill over into Mondays and so on and so forth. So again, I go back to bullying is all of our responsibilities. We need to make sure our teachers are well-trained, but we also need to make sure our students are well-trained on how to recognize it and how to respond and how to be an upstander while also keeping yourself safe while being an upstander.
Thank you. Dr. Carter?
Is there a timeline or do we have an expectation, or parents have an expectation that they will receive a call once they do call within a certain amount of time to address this?
Yeah. Usually we try to practice that 24 to 48 hours return of either an email or phone call. The quicker, the better. And again, it depends on how quickly it's relayed to a staff member. And I would be real cautious with email, particularly email that comes in at night. Because often, as much as I'd like to say my staff works 24 hours a day, they really don't. So they may not receive an email until the next day. Again, the closest relationship usually our students have is with their teachers, right? With the classroom teacher, a coach, or an advisor or someone like that, the trusted individual. So one of the first things that I would ask my child, children, is who's a trusted individual for you in school? And if they don't have one, we need to make sure that we forge that relationship so they do, and that would be a person who could somewhat serve as a buddy to make sure that we don't have this. But we are responding back, and sometimes the response is we've received it and we've investigated it. We received it and we're going to investigate it. So we at least let folks know that we have received it, so that as a parent, you send something out, you want to at least have someone acknowledge, did you get it, right? Did you get what I've sent to you? Or the phone message, did you get the phone message? And again, if you call central office, chances are you're going to be transferred to the student services department, but we try to keep records of that.
And just another question, as Mrs. Morrison stated, this year I've seen more incidents of students who just have taken so much, and they've said they've been bullied, and they have been students that have never gotten in trouble before, but because of the constant bullying, they've just said, they said they had to respond. And a lot of times it's happening in the class. One guy, a little young man, said the teacher couldn't see the person behind him. They kept picking on him every day. So, and then also you have students that don't want to be identified as snitches or being a snitch. So, and even some of the other students that are watching, they don't want to be identified as snitch either, because they may also be faced with the retaliation or ramifications from reporting that. So that's another problem we have, but it's a serious problem. And when you start to interfere with the education of another student, that's a serious thing. Either if it's the truth or if you're telling falsehoods against a student, all of those things can impact the student. And if they're in certain grades, they can be handcuffed and searched and all of this and taken down. And so we really do need to identify some really ways that a student can report. A lot of them just are afraid to report.
So we do have an anonymous tip line for anybody who is afraid to report, and we encourage anyone to use that tip line if you feel like you don't want it known, that it's you that is reporting. And I know that information was sent out when we did the message last week, and I think we'll make sure, Director Brown, Director Reeves, that even after this board meeting, that is out and visible for all of our students, and perhaps even sent home to all of our families so that they can do that. So we don't ever want that to be the reason why we don't know what's going on, for fear of retaliation or just fear of, as you said, you don't want kids to be snitches. And we work closely with our police department, and we see the same things, right? When we see community violence, and we're like, we're trying to figure out what's going on. Did someone see something, say something? Can they help us? And even trying to encourage our community to help us with some of the things that are going on in our community is similar to in our schools. But I do want to just reiterate that we do have an anonymous tip line. You will not get in trouble for reporting anything. If any of our students are listening, we do encourage you to see something, say something, speak up, and let us know what's going on.
And just lastly, how can a parent that child has been a victim of some type of an assault, how can they, I know we can't always report what happens, so how can they feel comfortable sending their child knowing that the child may interact or come across?
Well, I think in instances where we have student to student, and I'll just say student to student conflict to keep it at that level for right now, because it could be more than just that. One of the things that schools do is put a safety plan in place. And part of a safety plan is to sit down and go over that safety plan with that child and those teachers and that family, so that we understand what a safety plan leads. And I said conflict because each case is different. So in some cases, we have to pull a kid out of a school and put the kid in another school. In other cases, two children may be able to coincide. But the safety plan is almost portal to portal. What does the travel of that child look like from the time they leave their home to the time they return? Which bus stop? How do they move about in the schools? What lunch period do they eat? Is there an opportunity for them to cross? And if we need to make adjustments where, you know what, these two students are in the same class, we've done that where we've moved classes so that kids are not in the same class, so that they do not have an opportunity to see one another. We also build in some check-in points with our safety plan. So check in right before you get off the bus, check in, and let's see how you're going. You can have a midday check-in just to make sure that everything is okay, and an end of the day check-in for that as well.
Okay, Dr. Sinha, did you have something else?
Oh, no.
Ms. Morrison?
And I think you made an excellent point. Our teachers are not clinicians. Like, we are trained to teach, to educate our students, and we need the support staff in our schools to be able to address these issues successfully. And I think as we looked at our budget, we acknowledged that we needed help in several areas and included those additional positions. And I think this illustrates we are, as teachers, taking on more and more and more that we have to do to ensure the education for our students, but we need a lot of help in getting that done.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison. All right, I do want to thank the board for allowing this to come forward tonight for these minutes. They were valuable minutes that needed to have some attention. And to our superintendent and staff, I just want us, I know that we review all of our policies, but if there are any policies related to some of the matters that we've heard tonight, or that we bring those and give them the appropriate attention that they need. As a governing body, that's one of our responsibilities. But I do want to say, wearing many hats in this community, that I did receive a volume of calls today, and I am so proud of our staff. While I was trying to make a call to see about what could be done to help deal with the situation, Dr. Edwards and Director Reeves were on the spot dealing with it. This is an educational matter. Bullying just didn't start now, didn't start last month. And so a lot of times people are not aware how to handle it. They're not clear on whether or not we are responsive. Today we showed, regardless of what anyone would want to say, that we are responsive. We care about all of our students. This is a very important issue. Hats off to Director Reeves for going on site, being there, doing what needed to be done, because when people are in the moment, they often may need some guidance when you're having all of these people coming at you with all of these concerns. And so thank you, Dr. Edwards, for stepping in and for doing what needed to be done today. And we're going to keep working. Last thing I want to say about this issue as it relates to the community. We need all of our young people and parents to work together and encourage people to treat each other right in our schools. And so I just want us to be on the ground level working wherever we find people. That is never a good idea to encourage any type of violent activity in the schools. If we see it, hear about it, just squash it. Tell people a better way to deal with things. And I think that will be so important. And so every facet of the community, we're going to need your support, wherever kids may be, to just keep them focused on coming to school, learning, safely going back home, and doing like this young lady earlier tonight who's getting all that great attention. And all of them can do that. Thank you, Dr. Edwards, for that. We'll now move to the other two items under our community update.
Yes, sir. Summer programs for 2022. I'll turn it over to Ms. Pugh.
Absolutely, thank you. This year, our planning for summer programs started in January, and last year we had a little bit of a late start, and we're trying to get some details finished at the last second, but we hired in the fall a new coordinator of extended learning. Her name is Cindy Capps, and she has been boots on the ground running. She's dynamic. She's worked with lots of different departments. She met with operations in January to look at facilities and looked at transportation and nutritional needs for the students. In February, she met with the Y program and also with HR and finance to talk about job postings and hirings. And they then worked on planning for summer programs, and we have an extensive lots of opportunities for our students to participate in summer programming. They are going to post positions for teachers and assistants this month. They are also working with the schools and the teachers and the principals and others to helping them identify students that perhaps need to be invited to come to the summer programs that need that extra support over the summer. Those invitations will be sent with the third quarter report cards, and then enrollment begins at the end of March. Then at the end of April, late April, enrollment closes, and then they'll begin to create transportation routes and those types of things. And then the transportation routes will be sent home with the students in their final report card. So parents will have all of this information up front and not be waiting for that, as we have done sometimes in the past. Summer school this year starts summer programs, I should say, starts June 7th, and it runs through July 15th. At the elementary level, if you'll recall, last year we had Power Scholars Program with partnership with the YMCA. We will continue to do that this year. We will have 6 sites at the elementary level, and we can, at those 6 sites, accommodate 1,080 students. So a lot of students at the elementary level can be enrolled in the YMCA LCS Power Scholars Program. That runs from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. And in the morning, it is the focus on academics, hard focus on academics, rigorous. And then in the afternoon, they have opportunities for enrichment. Again, we're going to offer elementary PEDAL, which is promoting excellence through accelerated learning, both in math and reading. That will be housed at one elementary school. We are excited to extend and expand our partnership with the with the Power Scholars Program at the middle school level this year. So each of the 3 middle schools will have a program and will be able to accommodate 360 students in that Power Scholars Program. That's a little bit shorter day, but again, the focus in the morning will be on academics, and the afternoon will be some enrichment. We'll also have PEDAL at the high school level as well as the middle school level. As in the past, we'll have credit recovery opportunities for our high school students as well as the SOL Academy to support those students that need to focus on taking some of those SOL tests that are needed for credits, focusing really on some math and sciences, some history, and then some reading and writing. We'll again offer those online courses, the foundations of personal wellness and fitness, as well as personal finance and economics. And so those are the opportunities that we have. We also have some opportunities built into these programs to support transition of students moving from pre-K into kindergarten, as well as 5th to 6th grade and 8th to 9th grade. So we're really focusing on providing opportunities and skills that will prepare them for those transitions better as they change levels and schools. So those are our summer programming opportunities, and we are excited to be able to offer those and expand them this year.
Any questions concerning Dr. Carter?
Regarding the elementary school PEDAL program, will that be for students? A lot of times I hear that students that are doing well can't get into these summer programs. Therefore, the students that may need some remedial services, or education. So can students that are on track, doing well, sign up for these?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
And be accepted. I know they can
yes.
sign up again.
Mm-hmm.
Will they be accepted? Okay.
Absolutely, yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Harvey?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to our school system, but also to the Y for this for this partnership that is going to be, has been very successful in the past and promises to continue to be successful. And this is a perfect example of how the school system and working in partnership with their community can really have a very positive impact. So I just want to send a shout out and say thank you to the Y for partnering with us and helping our students this summer.
And Mr. Harvey, we underscore that 100,000 times. That's what it's going to take to deal with many of the issues that are before us. Thank you for saying that. All right, any further pieces on that matter? All right, and now our health mitigation plan update.
Absolutely. So before I get into masks on school buses and masks for employees, I did ask Attorney Towns to join us and just give us a few of the factual changes that have rapidly happened over the last couple days with regard to CDC and the Department of Labor and Industry, otherwise known as DOLE. So I'm going to let Attorney Towns provide a quick update for us.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, I was asked to just provide a quick federal, state law, orders, rules update on the issues of masking on school buses and masking of employees. So the CDC had an order in place since last year, January 29th of 2021, that affected masking on conveyances, including school buses. On February the 25th, which was Friday, the CDC stated it would not enforce its order requiring masks on school buses effective immediately. As far as masking for employees, on February the 16th, the Department of Labor and Industry Safety and Health Codes Board voted to end the COVID-19 permanent standard for employees, following the Executive Order 6 issued by the governor on his first day of office that required the board to reconsider the rules in place for COVID within 30 days. Now, since that February 16th meeting, citizens of Virginia now have 30 days, and that 30-day period ends on March the 19th, to comment on the board's decision before it takes final action. After the comment period, the Safety and Health Codes Board is expected to set a meeting to vote to recommend the governor remove the COVID-19 permanent standard. The change will go into effect after the governor accepts the recommendation to remove the standard and publish the decision in a Richmond newspaper. So those are the steps for the masking of employees and the information on school buses.
Thank you. So, and one other piece.
Dr. Edwards, could we just pause and say thank you, Attorney Towns, for the excellent counsel that you provide to this school board, and thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you. So given that information, and I think if I heard you correctly, and just reiterating that the CDC is no longer enforcing masks on school buses, and we have recently taken action in terms of masks in school buildings. So for our students, right now, masks on school buses, masks in school buildings is optional. LCS will still encourage those students who want to wear masks that they can, and we make sure that they have a safe space that should they want to continue wearing masks for whatever that personal reason, medical reason, that we will support those students who want to. But it is not mandatory. It is optional, but we will still encourage it just so families know how we're going to deal with students. The other piece is regarding staff, and I know I've received a lot of staff questions, especially after the Department of Labor, and having watched most of that meeting myself and also just followed up on what the intended action is going to be about mid-month, wanted to bring to this board for consideration the removal of mandatory masks for all students, all staff on all school property and school buses. And for that, make it mask encouraged, mask optional, but certainly encouraged by us. And we will continue to provide masks for staff and students who want or need a mask, as well as a host of other mitigation strategies, continue teaching our students how to obviously wash hands. We have I'm looking at one in the back, there's the sanitizer that's available for students. We have our VISTA program. It happens to be Tuesday. That's the day that we get tested here at the admin building, which is a weekly voluntary test for COVID. We are continuing to work with our health department to offer the vaccine, the booster for families, staff, community members, where we can do that. So we do want to continue all of the other mitigation strategies while we're still in the pandemic. More good news for that, and like I said, on January 21st, right before we made the decision to kind of stay put with masks, we were at about a 39% positivity rate in our community. And for LCS, we were at about 46 cases, positive cases in our schools, which is the highest that we've ever had in the entire pandemic. Since then, it has come down. The last report that I sent to the board, I do believe our community positivity rate is at 13%. So it is going down. And again, if you look at our LCS numbers, you will see that they are in the single digits, sometimes 2, sometimes 5 positive cases. And we are quarantining far less students and staff, which is great because it's not disrupting the educational program for our students and staff. So it is my recommendation that the board consider for vote tonight to make us a mask optional, mask encouraged for all staff and all students on school buses and on school property.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards, for that. Dr. Gupta.
I make a motion that we approve with immediate effect.
Say that last part again, Dr. Gupta.
With immediate effect.
With immediate, okay, all right.
I second the motion.
All right, thank you, Dr. Gupta. Motion has been made that we will embrace the superintendent's recommendation that we be mask optional, mask encouraged for employees and on school buses. Been seconded by Mr. Trost. Any further questions or discussion on this matter? Dr. Miller.
I just have a question for Attorney Towns. I find the CDC statement that will not enforce its order, mandate, or whatever it is to be a little odd. It seems like they're keeping the option to just decree another, to reinstate it, just turn around and just bureaucratically say we're going to enforce the mandate now. I don't know that you have an opinion on that one way or the
I
other.
really can't conjecture. What they've said is basically in line with the updated recommendations with K through 12, that they felt it was in line not to enforce the order at this time.
You understand my question?
I understand, so, and that's what I say. I can't conjecture why.
Yeah. Okay. Just curious. No,
but this is the current posture.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Millers. All right, so we do have the motion. It's been seconded. Further questions or discussion, Dr. Brennan?
I'd just like to say that I think that this board has done a pretty phenomenal job over the last 2 years of dealing with a very difficult situation. That there's been a lot of unknowns in the past, particularly when this epidemic started, when schools were closed, when we had to make a lot of decisions about how we were going to teach and how we were going to protect our students and staff. And as a board member and guardian of students who are in the schools and a physician, I want to thank this board for the decisions they've made. Having said this, I think this is a pretty easy decision. Fortunately, at this point in time, the numbers are clearly dropping. We have a lot more information about how things work and what are protected and what are not. We know that masks are not the be-all and end-all. We know that there are other interventions we're continue to do, such as vaccinations and good hygiene and physical distancing and these other issues that we want to continue to do. So I certainly am in favor of this motion and will vote for it. I do want to reiterate, as Dr. Edwards said, that we want to encourage students and families who want to wear masks that they should be in a safe environment to do that. If they want to protect themselves and protect others, I think that's very reasonable. And I think we need to continue our layered mitigation process in order to prevent this happening, because hopefully it will not happen again, but it might. So I think we need to be prepared for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brennan. Dr. Gupta?
From day one, I have been against mandates because leave it to the people to decide if they want to wear a mask. So I'm glad the superintendent has recommended that we should make it optional. Those who want to wear it, wear it. Those who don't want to wear it, don't have to wear it.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Any further questions or discussion on this motion? I would like to acknowledge I will be supporting it, and I'm thankful to the superintendent, our staff, and each of you for the fine leadership that has been demonstrated in this school division pertaining to this matter. And so if there are no further questions or discussion, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? If you vote yes, you're in favor of the recommendation. If not, you would vote accordingly.
School Board Member Trost?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan?
Yes.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Nellis?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Dr. Brennan.
That's all.
Sorry.
Can we take our mask off now?
You said effective immediately.
Yep.
Yeah, you
Thank
can
God.
if you want. I won't continue to keep mine on, but you
I'm
can
good.
do whatever you'd like to do. All right, Dr. Brennan?
So, yeah, comment related to this, we didn't comment about visitors in the school, which I think was another aspect we're going to talk about. And the other piece of that is that I'd love to hear from the administration what their view will be as far as allowing volunteers, particularly families and families of students, to enter back into the school. We've gone for 2 years without student-teacher conferences, without a lot of things that we should be doing in person. What will be our time frame to be able to open the schools to families and volunteers?
So we're working on that now, and we have during this time actually had some volunteers and some groups that were in the schools. And we're looking at right now for probably the rest of this month doing it at the building level with appointments so that building principals, building staff can kind of manage what's going on. So if they're, and they have specific opportunities because they're excited too to have some of the volunteers back in their buildings. And then looking to get sort of back to pre-COVID more in April and May. And let me just say, because there was a prom rumor out there that we weren't having prom. So things like the prom and everything where we do have those large gatherings of our students, and there's a lot of volunteer support to make that happen. We will continue to do those. But for right now, if you're a family member who's interested and you've been looking to get back into your schools, please contact your school and make an appointment for what that volunteer service is. Also look out in your various school communications, Class Dojo, Google Classroom, email, and all of that for opportunities for volunteers to come work with our staff and our students in our buildings. And we're on our way to hopefully getting back to great full community engagement.
Thank you.
Dr. Brennan, thank you for bringing that up, and thank you, Dr. Edwards, for answering that. That's a very important component to what we're doing in community involvement at the layers of which she mentioned. All right, then we will now like to move on to J3, which is, J2, the operations policy update.
So this is the KNAJ relationships with law enforcement policy that I brought to you last time. It was the policy as a result of the every 2-year meeting that I have with the chief of police regarding the memorandum of understanding between Lynchburg City Schools and Lynchburg Police Department, which is due for review December 2022 this year. We did it in 2020, so we'll do it again at the end of this year or shortly before the year ends. So you have before you the policy. I did not receive any additional questions, so it is up for approval.
All right, the motion to approve J2.
I move that the school board approve the operations policy update.
Your second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Trost. Any further questions or discussion? Mr. Harvey?
Yeah, I just had one question. I'm interested, and we might have already kind of addressed this, but for me, the definition of conference, we have stricken and replaced with interrogation.
That was an update from VSBA in terms of just complying with the role of the SRO in terms of the reason for them actually speaking with the student. And let me just remind you that most student behavior is done in conference and with our administrative team, and the SROs are not responsible for that. So generally, when they do get involved outside of their support, they do read to our students, they do support them at activities, but in their roles, this would be their role.
So I just want to make it clear for my own understanding is that the term interrogation is only applying to the school resource officer, and our staff can still have a conference with the students without the requirement of having their parent or guardian present. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Anyone else? All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
School Board Member Trost?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan?
Yes.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Nellis?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Thank you, Board. J3 is also for action. Dr. Edwards?
Yes, this is the prohibition against harassment and retaliation policy that Deputy Superintendent Pugh and Director Brown brought to you last time, and I do not know if you received any additional questions. Director Brown, not hearing anything, so it is
No,
up
there
for
were no
action.
additional questions.
It's up for action.
Is a motion to approve J3?
I move that the school board approve the instruction and program human resources policy update.
Motion been made by Dr. Carter, seconded by Dr. Brennan. Any further questions or discussion on the motion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
School Board Member Trost?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan?
Yes.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Nellis?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Thank you. And our next item is action by consent regarding capital improvement plan J4. Dr. Edwards for Mr. Gasky.
Yes, so again, this was brought to you last time regarding the service drive at the Facilities and Transportation Building and the appropriate placement of a sidewalk in another location that made sense. And you have the bid tabulations for that as well. It is up for action.
All right, and again, Board, we've had opportunities to review all of these things, and that's the reason why I'm proceeding in the manner in which I am. Is there a motion to approve J4?
I move to approve J4.
All right, Mr.
Second.
Gross has made motion, Mr. Harvey second.
No,
You
not
did.
second.
Oh, you did not?
Second.
Excuse me. All right, Dr. Carter seconded. Any further questions or discussion? All right, Mr. Harvey, then Dr. Gupta.
I would just like to clarify that Mr. Gatsky stated that the apparent low bidder withdrew their bid, so the bid that we are approving is the center column bid.
That is correct. All right, as you are meditating over that, Dr. Gupta.
I'm going to abstain because I may have indirect financial gains. I own a property right across. It may increase the value, so I have a conflict, a financial conflict with this project going on. So
The chair
There's nothing to
acknowledges,
do with the value of the project. It's a valuable.
the chair acknowledges your abstention. All right, any further questions or discussion? All right, those in favor will obviously acknowledge that. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
School Board Member Trost?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan?
Yes.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison?
Yes.
Excuse me. School Board Member Dr. Carter?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Nellis?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Sinai?
Yes.
School Board Member Mr. Dr. Gupta?
Abstain.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you all. Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, make sure that she gets water. Okay, very good. All right, J5. Now, this brings us to our operating budget discussion, and of course, we've got our work session next, and so we're still having some discussion, and we thank you, Dr. Edwards, for your leadership.
Okay, so we have, for the public's view, attached all of the documents that we had at the, February 15th meeting in terms of the proposed operating budget, CARES funding summary, the requests that are prioritized, and the PowerPoint that kind of goes over all of the information in case you were not able to see that on February 15th. Before we get into that, again, there have been some updates since then. So one of the things that we want to do is go over the an overview of the Senate and House Appropriations Committee. If you remember, our budget is built on the former governor's budget proposal from December 2021. And now we have additional proposals from the Senate and the House. And I've asked CFO Davis, along with our Assistant Director, Ms. Reitkema, who is in the back, who I keep forgetting to mention, but she is here tonight as well, to go over, to summarize what those changes are, what those proposals are.
Sure, and I'm gonna give this to, pass it. I think that's enough for them. I'm just gonna give you a handout. It's also on the board docs, which it's just, I'm gonna kind of go over what's on the paper. So there's 4 bills, HB 29 and HB 30. The House Bill 29 is for the
Thank you very much.
2022 school year, this current school year, and HB 30 is looking at the next biennium, the 23 and the 24 fiscal years. Same with the Senate. This SB 29 and SB 30. From the House, they're looking at reforecasting sales tax so we could see an increased revenue this year. And then that's in the HB 29. In HB 30, they're looking at that 5%, but the House is looking at the 4% increase and a 1% bonus for both years of the biennium. We do see there's a possibility of increased at-risk funding. VRS, our rates are going to remain the same. They were talking about dropping them, but they're going to stay at the higher 16.62%. There is an increase in the SOQ support, which is really exciting if this passes. There'll be a full-time principal in every school. Right now, if it's under 300 students in an elementary school, it's half a principal. And then even also exciting, additional assistant principal support. If it passes, it would be a 400-to-1 ratio. Currently, elementary, it's 900-to-1, and middle and high, it's 600-to-1.
So let me just.
So while we have these, some of these already, we'll have the funding for them from the state.
Ms. Davis, let me just interject that we have a principal at every school. This would be to actually provide funding for a principal at every school, and the funding would come from the state level.
Correct, yes.
How much savings do we forecast?
With this, well, considering none of our assistant principals are currently supported because we don't meet that 900 student, it would be support for each one of them. So we could go through and get an actual tabulation. That's very good news.
Very good.
Currently, we have to fund that increase.
And then they're also looking at funding reading and math specialists, 1 per 550 students in grades K through 3. In the Senate, we have SB 29 and SB 30. With their compensation package, it is a 5% increase, but they're also looking at an additional $1,000 bonus for all employees or SOQ funded employees for June of 2022, which would be effect this year, this fiscal year. Again, you see the increase in SOQ support, funding principals at every school, and then additional assistant principal support at 500-to-1, so it's a little bit more. And then reading and math specialists. They also have in this bill the school construction loan rebate program. It is a grant, it's a competitive grant, and it's basically depending on which tier you fall in, you would get a percentage of either the principal and interest or just an interest subsidy. But that would be a grant, it would not affect our operating budget. Both the House and the Senate are also including the early childhood education and at-risk funding. We're looking at a possible increase for both of those in both of those bills, the HB 30 and the SB 30. They both have increasing the infrastructure and operations per pupil amount for this year, fiscal year 22, so we could be looking at receiving more revenue. We had discussed this at the Finance Committee meeting. We were expecting the calc tool to come out to give us actual numbers. It's still not out. I've talked to the other CFOs in the area, and they were all looking for it too, but it's still not out. They're hopeful that it will be Friday, and then we should have more concrete numbers and a better idea of what we're talking about financially. Any questions on that?
Very helpful information.
Very good.
Yes,
Can I ask a question? Is there, as far as early childhood and pre-K education, you make a comment that they're both supporting that. Are they, do you know, are they doing that equally, the House and the Senate for pre-K funding?
Yes, and it was a big, there's a big push in Virginia. It seems like in both the House and the Senate to really beef up our early childhood education. So they both were about equalish.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Dr. Edwards, you continue.
Okay, all right, well, thank you for that update. And as I stated, our original budget proposal was based on the December 2021, and as things change and look more favorable, we'll obviously update our budget proposal, and it was one of the reasons why we also prioritize things, because we're in priority 0 and 1. If we can get a couple 2s in there, that would also be great. One of the other things that the board asked about was, and our original budget is based on an average of a 5% increase for next year and a 5% increase for the following year. And I think this board wanted to entertain, what does an 8% increase look like? Well, here we go. I have some handouts for you. I just kind of want to take you through that. And you all know me well enough that I mark everything sample, draft, dated, because things change rather rapidly, and I just want to use these documents for a purpose of conversation and discussion and just for kind of benchmarking and baselining. I will say, once the calc tool is available and we actually put the numbers in our system, we get the real numbers, but it's helpful to have those estimates of where we are. So I'm going to take you through these documents. I did not staple them because you might like to look at them side by side in some cases. So page 1 and 2, I like to spread mine out side by side. Those are the newly created classified tables. Remember, we took the 24 tables and collapsed them down into, what is this, about 10 different tables. Cut them in half. The first table on page 1 is the one that is in your binder that you already have, that shows that 5% increase for what a entry-level step would be. One of our goals was to get the starting average salary at least over $13. So with the average of a 5% increase, these are what the pay tables would look like for classified staff, school nutrition staff, and transportation staff. And then page 2 are the identical tables with an 8% increase. So if you notice, if I just go across the top row, anyone in Schedule A, which is currently, we have people currently in Schedule A at as low as, I think, $11.67 an hour. Using the 5%, that jumps up to $13.11. Using the 8%, it jumps up to $13.50, which is one of the benchmarks that we have to meet later on. So I wanted to give you an idea of how those pay tables would look. And then if you go back to your old binder book, what you will see is that we moved people and put, whatever step you were on, this is where you would go on those new pay tables. So that is the difference between the two classifieds, looking at a 5 to 8. On pages 3 and 4, what you have are the teachers, the RN, school counselors are also on this schedule. And if you look at page 3, you have a 10-month teacher. And then this is just what the 8% would do. It would have been way too many pieces of paper. You have 5% in your binder, but I wanted to show you what an 8% increase would look like. So currently, an entry-level 10-month teacher in Lynchburg City Schools would start with $41,399. If you did the 8% increase, that same entry-level position would be $44,101 for a 10-month teacher. And let me just remind you that as you go down the teacher table, those steps or increments are not all identical. There are what we call bubbles in them. So if you go down to about step where our veterans are, step 22, 24, 26, you'll see those percent increases being a little bit higher than you see on step 0, step 1, and step 2. So you really have to look at the different steps. So we go from an 8% increase would have our starting 10-month folks at $44,101 and our starting 12-month teachers at $52,921. And keep in mind that there is also a stipend for master's degrees and doctorate degrees and national board certification, other things that are available to our teachers and our staff. So it begins the road to get us up closer in salaries. And then the last couple pages, so if you have pages 5, 6, and 7, recall that the admin pay tables we did not collapse this year. We were cautious in how we took on our task and started with the classified, so you will see that there are several of them. And again, looking at on page 5, what you have are the folks who are on the admin end, on the lower pay end, and all the way up to page 8. And what I want to point out for you on these tables is we added an overall average. Remember, it's unweighted because we don't have on this table how many people are on each step, but it's an unweighted average. And for our admin and our classified staff, everybody is on an even step going to an odd step. So if you're reading this, everybody is on either A2 or B4 or C6 as the step. And just going across those employees, and you have a list of this in your original budget book, who are on Schedule A, Schedule B, Schedule D, and Schedule F, well, F260 will see an average of an 8.01% increase. And then it starts to go down from there. I just have to make that point because I always have people say, why didn't I get an 8%? We differentiated so we could put some more of the money on the other end of the pay table while also respecting our employees on the upper end. So you'll see that FM 260 is at a 6.99. And then it starts to go, a little bit up and down, all the way down to, if you get to the last one, it's at a 6.55, 6.54% increase for our staff. At the last meeting, I think we told you the difference between the two increases is an ask of now over $5 million instead of $3 million for the additional funding to meet this increase. That does not include anything that Ms. Davis shared in the other proposals, which may make this a little different depending upon how things have been sorted. So you have before you what the 8% looks like. We've provided the cost of the 8% at a previous meeting. You have all of the original documents, including the full list of priorities, which was about 154 different requests for staff. And we wanted to take time to answer any questions that you had from last time, while also presenting you with information for this meeting in anticipation for our last meeting, which will be on March 15th. And I suspect on March 15th, we'll have our public hearing. So we invite our public to come out and share their thoughts about the budget, and we have all those documents on board docs. And then during the work session, we'll have more discussion, and then we will vote. And it is at the work session that I will need to know where this board is. Are we at the 5%, which is the $3.1 million increase that we would need to ask for, or are we at the 8%, which is a little higher increase that we would be discussing with City Council. The very next week, on March 22nd, we'll have our joint city schools meeting at which we can share with them where our final destination is. And I'm hopeful that maybe we'll have some more information about where we are with the other budgets, and we'll have the calc tool as well.
Before the chair recognizes anyone, I think Dr. Edwards has laid it out crystal clear where we're trying to get to. And so I would ask tonight that if there's something pertinent or, very enlightening that needs to be said, please, let's work the process so that the process can work. I'm going to start with Dr. Gupta and Mr. Harvey, and then Dr. Brennan.
I just wanted clarification. So you're saying going from 3 to 8% and keeping those $1 million in new positions.
The priority list from 0 and 1 that we talked,
Yes.
that's in this budget. Yes.
So
That's all inclusive.
That
Yes.
stay intact. We are adding on top of those. If we do 3% more, will cost $5 million.
It'll cost over $5 million, yes. And that includes the priority 0 and the priority 1s that we talked about.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Who was next? Mr. Harvey?
I thank you. This is what I had wanted to see. We've got numbers here. If you go through and look at them, the lowest percentage increase that I see is 4.45. I know that says it could be as low as 3 something I saw somewhere, but it looks like in my scanning of these charts, we're for every employee it's at least 4.45, and I'm proud of this, and I can go to City Council and I can support this. I think I've been pretty vocal all along that I really want us to be supporting our staff, and I think this is the way to do it. 5% only just passes through what the state's going to do. We need to also stand for our teachers as well. Other localities are doing similar, and if we want to continue to stay competitive with other localities, we have to do more than just pass through what the state's doing. So I will be in favor of this, and if we need to have a motion to have this included in our budget, I will be willing to make that motion, but I will leave it for the rest of the board to discuss at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey, for your comments. Dr. Brennan, would you?
I just want to make a comment, just ask a question. As someone who was my first year on the board doing the budget was with Dr. Massey, who came in one day in one of our meetings and said, there's nothing, we don't have any money for anything. This is the budget, take it or leave it. You have done such a phenomenal job over the years of giving us more information, and I think this is another example of that. We discussed at the last meeting, could we look at this, and there was a split decision whether we should or not, and to put the time into it, to give these numbers is so, I appreciate that very much. I think other board members do too. How would the numbers that we hope that we'll be getting from the state affect that overall ask if they were to improve? Will that be a direct revenue into this bottom line so that our ask from the city will be less?
Well, if I can just guesstimate, because without the calc tool, we're kind of flying without it. But even if I just look at how we fund assistant principals. So the additional support for assistant principals at the elementary level, which we currently do not have, will free up or add additional revenue that we didn't count. It could be used to reduce the ask to some degree, or it could be used to fund the priority 2. It depends on where the board wants to go with that. We also have to be mindful where they put the money. So if there's additional money, let's say for VPI, for preschool, then we have to make sure that we're not using that money, the additional money for preschool, for something other than preschool. But we would go back and offset it and make sure that it's appropriate. The beauty of having the calc tool is the money is in the right line so that we can see and not mess it up. Without the calc tool, we're kind of guessing, making our best estimates as to where we think we're going to land.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brennan. And so each day we're getting updates and we're being communicated with regularly, so we'll know what's what. So if there's no further, I don't want to leave anybody out. I think that you got your stuff and we're going to keep talking through this. Ms. Morrison.
So at our next work session, that's where we will make the decision. And once we will have additional information from what's happening for revenues from the states.
I hope to have, we can only cross our fingers and hope that we get that information. But yes, at the end of March 15th, when we all go home, we would have voted as a governing body as to what our final ask is and what that includes, such that we would be ready to have that productive conversation with City Council.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison. All right, if everyone is clear on the board, we will now move to new business. We have 2 items under new business. The first is our 90-day academic review. Dr. Edwards?
And I will turn that over to Ms. Pugh to go over the 90-day review.
Thank you so much. They're going to bring up a presentation, which you have had. As you'll recall, in October, I did a 90-day academic review of the first 90 days of school. This is a mid-year academic review. It's a little bit longer than 90 days. We'll plan to come with our last academic review toward the end of the school year after we've had our last SOL testing session. Next slide. So in October, we looked at 4 assessments. Today, we're going to look at 3. PALS, which is that early reading literacy, which is a K-3 assessment. IXL, which is reading and math assessment, and that's a diagnostics, not really a test, it is a diagnostic tool. And then the HMH growth measure, again, which is measuring reading and in grades 6 through 12, and that goes along with the reading programs that they're using at the middle and high school. Next slide. So PALS, if you'll recall, it is a screening tool for literacy development for our youngest children. The results are used to determine individual students' learning goals. It helps teachers plan instruction, and it also raises awareness of teachers and other instructional staff of students who need additional support in early literacy and early reading. The fall, there are 3 testing windows, and each window assesses different components for students. In the fall, the skills that are assessed are the previous year skills. The mid-year assessment looks at projected levels of where students might be, and in the spring assessment, it really looks at as a summative assessment for the year. All students are assessed at mid-year, but PALS itself doesn't use a mid-year summed benchmark to identify the students that need additional support, but it does allow a range of scores for each component that our staff at the school level and at the division level in terms of the C&I supervisors work with those school level to determine and project a sum score, and then that sum score is used to determine what you see the percentage identified in the right-hand column. So I have both the fall and the mid-year assessments side by side, but again, we should not compare these because different components are being assessed. Fall was the previous year's literacy components. The mid-year is projected where students might be or should be. So we use those then to identify the number of students that need additional reading support and early literacy support. Any questions on that? All right, next slide. I'm sorry, Dr. Carter.
So there were more students, kindergartens tested in the fall versus we had more kindergartens come in later on?
Could be. Mm-hmm.
So those
there were some more students that were tested in the mid-year versus the fall in kindergarten. Additional students that have come in, some students may, for one reason or the other, might not have been tested. They might have been absent during the testing window. They might have been in quarantine. There are lots of different reasons why students those numbers will be different. And you'll see that all the way through. And I'll highlight that in some of the areas that we look at. Next slide. So we looked at IXL, and this is a comparison. So I did put the fall actually it was the August assessment, which was their baseline assessment in IXL, is side by side, so that you can see the number in math is the top row, English language arts is the bottom row, and you can see the percentage of students that are above, on, below, and far below. What I didn't put here are the number of students tested, and I think I need to go back and identify that for you, and I will share that with you at the end of this week or mid next week. Because what we saw, the IXL diagnostic window, as well as the HMH window for testing, the administration of the test, was after we returned from winter break. And if you'll recall, those were our highest numbers, or some of our highest numbers in terms of positive cases, as well as quarantines. And so unfortunately, the window is a set window, and it's not that, because it's assessing and it's trying to pinpoint a certain level, we can't leave it open indefinitely. So many students in the mid-year diagnostic or in the January diagnostic missed that because they were out either, in quarantine or for some other reasons. So I will go back and I will put the number of students assessed or tested in each of these so that you can get a better idea.
So, Ms. Pugh, just because the board doesn't spend a lot of time in this, in August, if I'm a third grader and you're trying to see if I'm on level, the score that I would have to get in August is the 300 or the third grade level.
It would be
January. I'm not trying to get the 300 now. I'm trying to get the 300.
You're trying to get to 350 actually in January.
So what is described as on level? And I think some people look at this and go, oh my goodness, you're still not on level. We're not still trying to hit, 300. As kids move through, that bar is going higher and higher. So as we're closing the gap, they have to keep up with the bar and run faster, sort of to get that. And I think that's the part that some people may have missed in how IXL works a little bit when it's just.
And yes, and thank you for pointing that out. And we do have some tables just a couple of slides that will show us what those benchmarks are and where our students are average grade level. Now again, this is grade level across the division, and this is the average for those diagnostic levels. Yes?
Just a brief question for my clarification. So what I understood you to say is that our August test numbers could potentially be lower than the number of students that we tested in January because of...
No.
No?
The number of, for this particular, it's the other way around. For this particular assessment, the number of students that took the diagnostic in August will be higher, because in January, then when we came right back from winter break, that's when we had some of our highest absentee rates for our students being in quarantine or isolation.
So the number of tests in January is going to be less.
Yes, so I feel like I need to go back in and put those numbers so you see the number of students tested.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Go ahead, Dr. Gupta, you had your hand up before me.
It's okay, I just had a comment, and I cannot use any polite word. When I see that 59% far below in math is horrifying. It's just, are we getting the parents getting, it's just, it has broken the socio-economic boundaries. We used to say it's all over the division. So what is our plan to raise that? It was 70% and I went grade by grade. It was increasing at a rate of 10%, the fall below. Started at like 10%, then as they, so the further up they go, is there a learning loss happening? It should be, the number should be decreasing. They're learning more content. You see what I'm saying? So, but it's the inverse phenomenon which is happening here.
Yes, in some cases. So in August, in math, if you look at third grade, we had 23% of the students that were far below. And in January, there were only 12% of the students that were far below. And you are right, as we get up into the higher grade levels, into secondary, those numbers sometimes are reversed. What we have to remember is that IXL is an individual diagnostic tool. So it is looking at every student by name and by need. So we don't look at, it doesn't collect demographic information because it's really for every single student. Teachers use this to, when they take their, and this was what Mr. Reed was talking a little about, there are diagnostic periods where there's a week-long diagnostic where students take that diagnostic assessment that looks at their growth from where they were to the next. We had one in August, and we had another in November. Now we have one in January. We'll have another, I believe, in March, and then in May. So we look at the growth for each individual student. What you're seeing here is an average of across the division. So teachers are using the information that comes back on each individual student, and sometimes, let's say for instance, Crystal and Amy may have similar skill deficits, and so the teacher will then be, and it also creates an individualized action plan of skills that the student needs to work on. So then the teachers know what they need to tailor their instruction to. So we are working with all of our students in terms of those that are below or far below to really give them those extra supports. We know who those students are by name, and those teachers are working with them, the instructional assistants are working with them to bring them up as much as they can.
Because 60% far below is basically at 8th grade is math illiterate. You know, it's very high. It's not below, it's far below. I don't know how far the scale is, so I have not seen your scale for what defines the score on far below. Mm-hmm. But as a parent, I question what is my return on investment, you know, going to, mm-hmm. and they're coming out as they go from grade to grade to grade, they're getting worse. They're not improving their math skills. So now they're going to high school to college.
They're not getting worse. They're improving at a slower rate. They're not improving at as high a rate. And I think you'll see that when we get to the very last slides in terms of IXL. They're not losing knowledge. They're not going back. They're just not gaining in terms of how this assessment is looking at progress and measuring growth. They're just not growing as fast as some of the others. But again, those individual action reports that come out can be and should be being used by all of our teachers across the division to really focus on those skills that each individual child needs so that they can make the growth as they should.
All right, anyone else? Dr. Mr. Charleston, Dr. Cox.
So, Dr. Pugh, just so I understand the concept, you're saying they're not growing as fast as we'd like them to. Does that mean, just hypothetically, if we were to ask some of those students to retake the grade, and so the 8th grade students would not advance, or the 7th grade students would not advance to 8th grade, would these numbers look different? Because then they are improving, they're just not improving to the degree that we would expect to be able to go to the next grade. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Sure. Mm-hmm. If I'm at the beginning of the year, as Dr. Edwards said, if I'm an 8th grade student, at the beginning of the year, my assessment, my score, if I'm on grade level, should be an 800, which 800 means 8th grade, 0 month. So we look at the 10 months in the school year. If I have an 810, that means I'm 8th grade, 1st month level. If in 8th grade I test and my September or August baseline comes back and I'm 750, that means I'm 7th grade at the 5th month. And so we know that we've got to bring them up. So some students who may have started at 750 are still, they may have started at 750, but they may be at 790, but they're still below grade level. Or they started at, let's say, 710, and they've gone to 760, and they may be far below grade level. But look at the growth that they've made. They've made from 710 to 760, 5 months of growth in that time.
So, and is the baseline a national average? I went through I had a little study on this, but I don't remember how are we saying this is what an 8th grader should be doing?
It is based on it, yes.
All right. I'm just curious, are we able to utilize these types of programs in cooperation with the YMCA effort? I mean, clearly there's some students that are not advancing at the pace that other national students are advancing. So, and I'm just trying to think out the box how we're gonna solve this
Absolutely.
problem. Does that mean these kids should be going an extra 2 or 3 months to school?
Absolutely, that's what and when I talked about our summer programs, and that the curriculum and instruction supervisors were working with school staff, they've created kind of a rubric to say, with PALS, students who score between this, and this is what we're suggesting for summer school. Or if it's a kindergarten and they have this in PALS and this in DIBBLES, which is another assessment for phonemic awareness, and this is score here, these are the students that we really need to invite to summer school. So they are identifying these students that are far below, and some even on grade level, but we're really, for summer programs, focusing on those students and identifying them using this information so that they will, in the YMCA Power Scholars Program, get the support that they need, and they can use the data that we have.
And then following up on Mr. Reed's comment, with respect to, I mean, it's education time, teaching time. So if these students are progressing at a slower rate, slower pace than other students, I'm talking about the far belows and the below, and I'm trying to think again outside the box, how much would those types of students gain by maybe doing less testing?
And that I wanted to also clarify. The diagnostic is given, and this is diagnostic assessment results. What it's typically in a class is a pinpoint level. So the students are answering questions. If I answer questions correctly, the questions get a little bit harder. It's a leveled, and if I answer them incorrectly, they kind of adjust down to that level. At the very beginning of the school year, in order to create that first pinpoint, there are a lot of questions that have to be answered. So that typically takes about 45 minutes to an hour to get to a pinpoint. But that can be done over multiple sessions. It doesn't mean they have to sit there for an hour or an hour and a half to get their pinpoint. After that first pinpoint, which is that's their diagnostic of where they're starting, it's suggested, and we've worked with our teachers, it is suggested to spend 10 to 15 minutes 3 times a week in IXL.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Excellent.
So when I send you that summary and that arrow is all the way over on 60, it really should be on 30.
Right.
And it shows that in some cases there are kids spending too much time on this. And again, as Ms. Pugh said, we encourage the teachers to do about 10 minutes time. So
And they're now in 90-minute periods.
correct at
At the secondary level, that's a 90-minute period. At the elementary level, that's a 40 to hour, whatever that might be. But yes, 10 to 15 minutes 3 times a week. We also are suggesting that they should not be used as homework. It really should just be used in the class. And again, at an elementary level, they do have the rotation of stations, and that environment, it lends itself a little bit better to that. But I also think that can be done at the secondary level, especially in a 90-minute block.
And if you didn't, I'm sorry, if you just indulge me in one follow-up, how easy is it for the students to game the system? For instance, like, I got 10 minutes, I got to answer some questions, boom, 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 boom.
Well, if you just do that, then it's going to get more frustrating, because it's either if you're boom, 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 and you're answering them correctly, then your questions are going to get harder. And if you really then spend time, it is going to be frustrating.
I mean, if they're just doing it to answer the question, getting them all wrong.
Then the questions are going to get lower, and they're not going to, it's not a real assessment. I don't think we have students who are gaming the system and doing that.
Okay.
But that speaks to the level of student engagement, student
Right.
responsibility, and
teacher accountability for the
Okay,
students.
the teachers are supposed to be monitoring.
Absolutely. And I would also think that if I know as a teacher, I know my students' capabilities. And so if, Randy's in my class and I know Randy can do better, and I have seen Randy doing the, game in the system a little bit, and I've talked to him, and his scores are much lower than I know he can do, then I need to have a conversation with Randy and Randy's parents and guardians to say, he's not really taking this seriously. We're only spending 10 to 15 minutes 3 times a week. I need you to talk about the importance, and that way. So teachers should know where their students should be.
Good, all right, great.
And
Thank you.
Before we go to Dr. Collins, thank you, Mr. Trost, for your questions, and I hope the public can recognize that we do have a method to this madness, and it's pretty detailed. Dr. Collins.
Just going back again, so if the teachers, you said that it's suggested that the teachers take 10 to 15 minutes each class to do this, to do a test, or just increments of 10 to
For just
15 minutes.
IXL work time.
Yeah, is that all the students at once, or just?
No, it could be at different times. So, if I'm a teacher even in a 90-minute period, I've got some students who might be working on this activity, and I might be working with another small group of students, and then I might have another small group of students that are independently working on their IXL for 10 to 15 minutes. And so it really is what we call maintenance Mondays. That's where they really should be doing the pinpoint, the answering the questions, the assessment piece. The other 2 days, they should be working on the skills that come back from that pinpoint assessment to say, Amy really needs to work on 2-digit addition and 3-digit subtraction and whatever it might be. So then the teacher can say, on Tuesdays and Thursdays, Amy, when you have independent time, I really need you to work on this, this, and this. And then I can do that. They can assign things for students to work on in IXL. So when I log into IXL, I have the assignments that I should be working on. And then the other 2 days, because they're 5 days in a week, the teacher is doing the instruction and students are not on IXL. But again, when they're on it, they should only be on it for 10 to 15 minutes, 3 times a week. Yes, ma'am.
What is EAL? What is EAL?
English Language Arts, reading, literacy.
Writing.
So we've been here on 2nd and 3rd grade. Let's just.
Well, can you explain this to me? If it's 2nd grade, so they're in 2nd grade, so how does that work across?
So the top row where it says math,
Right.
in August, there were 9% of the students in the division that were above grade level. In January, they're 10%. In August, in math, there were 37% on grade level, and now there are 47% on grade level. In math, in August, there were 41% below, and now there are 26 below. So you want to see that go down. And in math, in August, there were 12% that were far below, and now there are 5% that are far below. So in the first above and on, you want to see the January assessment percentage increase, and the below and far below, you want to see that decrease because you want to see fewer students in those. And then the next row is English Language Arts for above, on, below, and far below. Does that explain it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cook.
Okay.
And if I could suggest, so that the deputy superintendent can move us right along, if she could go ahead and do her report, and then if you could just hold your things, because I do want to keep you all as alert as possible and keep us in a timely manner as well.
Yes. So next slide. So again, you have 4th and 5th grade, and you had this presentation, and I believe most of you have had an opportunity to look at it. So I'm not going to stay here long. Again, I'll go back and put the numbers of students that took these assessments both in the fall and in August and in January. Next slide. And we have, again, middle school. And remember, not all of our students in the secondary level at high school level take the math, so I did not include that. But I believe in another report that I shared with you last week, you do have those high school numbers. Next slide. So this helps us better understand the growth. So you have grade level, and it's just should be noted that there was not an expectation for 1st grade students to participate in IXL during the 1st semester. So they started in 2nd semester, but some teachers did have them participate, and you'll see in some cases when we look at individual school level, students have really grown, and we'll look at that in just a minute. So you have the grade level in the first column. The yellow column is the August average across the division for the diagnostic level. So you can see that for 1st grade, that should have been 100, but they were at an 88. But in January, the average 1st grade student is already in 1st grade level, almost 3rd month. Their target goal from August to January should have been 50. But again, remember that 1st grade was not required to use IXL 1st semester. So if you then look 2nd through 7th grade, and this is for math, if If you look second through sixth grade, they all met or exceeded that target growth of 50 in terms of growth. That 50 is 5 months. So that's the intended target. Eighth grade for math is 37. So we obviously know we have some work to do there. Ninth and 10th grade in math, they met the target. 11th and 12th did not. Now remember that not this from math at the high school level, that only goes to Algebra 2. So this is not all of our students taking this assessment. For math, the assessment is second through Algebra 2 for math. So we need to remember that. So the district average math growth was 59 or 5.9 months. That's almost 6 months of growth in the division in 5 months' time. Next slide. This is the same for English language arts. Again, the target goal is 50. You can see 8, 11, and 11 and 12 are those areas we need to focus on in both reading and math. But the other grades, other than first grade, met their target growth and exceeded it in many cases. If you look at the average growth, again, was 63 or 6.3 months, and that, again, is in 5 months' time. Next slide. The last assessment is HMH reading assessment, and again, this is a growth assessment that is adaptive reading assessment that looks at students' reading grade levels and growth over time. It's given 3 times a year. A fall, a spring, and a winter and a spring. The table is showing us the percent of students that scored below on level and above level on their grade level equivalent on that growth assessment. And so, again, I do have the numbers here, and I know this is hard to see on that screen, but you do have the presentation. I do have the number of students that took it in equals, so you can see that in the fall, there were more students division-wide and in most cases per grade level that took this assessment. So, we can see a change in some of those, and some of them are changes that we know we need to work on.
I was looking at a paper, they go from 0 to 100. What is the maximum score? Does it vary from grade to grade?
Yes, it does. So I'll go over that.
They say SMART score is from 0 to 100. So, but your scores are going like 500, 400.
That depends on the grade level. So 6th grade, and if you'll go to the next slide. And I know this is difficult to see, but this gives us a picture and sort of kind of talks. It's a closer look at this data. This is data from a 6th grade middle school class, just one class. So we're not talking just division average or school average. This is one class. It's a co-taught class, so it also has students with special needs in the class. The score ranges, so it would go from 600 to 699, and again, this is 6th grade. So a 7th grade score range would be 700 to 799. So below is 600 to 649, 650 to 674 is on grade level, and 675 and above is above grade level. So and I know it's really difficult to see, but in the top bar or the top row, the baseline data, there is a student, and you'll see there is a student who started at 603. So again, that's below grade level, but in the mid-year assessment, that student scored a 634. That's a huge amount of growth. And while they're still not on grade level, that going from a 603 to a 634 is an extremely good, positive amount of growth for that individual student. So again, we have to remember that these assessments allow us to look at individual students by name and by need and really tailor our instruction to that. So to be considered on grade level in this particular class, the students have to score a 650. And at this point in time in the mid-year assessment, the average score is 644. So while it looks like, based on those little dots that are sort of in the far left range that the students are not progressing. They are progressing and they're getting closer and closer to on grade level. So there's been a lot of intentional instruction across the division, but especially at the middle school level, and that intentional instruction has really resulted in some amazing growth in our students. Let's continue, and I just want to do this very quickly. Next slide. Go ahead. These are some celebrations, so I'm not going to read every single one, but I also want to highlight that at Bass Elementary School in math, second grade started at 39% on or above grade level, and now they are at 60% above grade level in math. In English Language Arts, second, third, fourth, and fifth grade at Bass are all on target, and they all have over 5 months of growth. These are huge celebrations. Next slide. Bedford Hills, highlighting math, second grade has 5.9 months of growth in 5 months. In English Language Arts, first through fifth grade, all close to or above 6 months of growth. And in second and third grade, they had over 8 months of growth in English Language Arts, and that's in a 5-month period of time. Darrington, next slide. Math, second grade, again, had over 2 months of growth. Third and fourth grade students at Darrington in math had over a year growth. That's amazing in a 5-month period of time. In English Language Arts, again, first through fifth grade were all over their target growth of 5 months. Heritage, math, second, fourth, fifth were all on target at 5 months of growth, and third grade was really close at 4.9 months. In English Language Arts, first, second, fourth, and fifth had over 5 months of growth and are on target. Lincoln, second through fifth were all exceeding their target growth goal, and fifth grade at Lincoln Elementary made over a year's growth in just 5 months. In English Language Arts, second grade was almost a year growth in just 5 months. Next, this is Paul Monroe, highlighting math. At fifth grade, 23% of students were on or above grade level in math at the beginning of the year, and now 64% are on or above grade level. In English Language Arts, third and fourth grade have already made a year's worth of growth, and second and fifth grade are all at over 8 months of growth. Next slide. Next slide. Well, let me just keep going. Perrymont.
Oops.
Uh-oh. Perrymont, I just want to highlight for math that they had all second through fifth grade had all over 5 months of growth, and fifth grade had a year of growth. And in English Language Arts, fifth grade again had a year of over a year of growth in English Language Arts at Perrymont. At R.S. Payne, third through fifth is all on target at 5 months of growth, as well as English Language Arts, second through fifth was on target at 5 months, over 5 months growth. Sandusky Elementary School, again for both math and English Language Arts, their students were on target for the 5 months of growth. At Sheffield, third grade in math really grew at an astounding rate at 9 months of growth. The other grades were all on target. And in English Language Arts at Sheffield, first grade started at 55% above grade level, and now 80% are on or above grade level. T.C. Miller, highlighting math, 48% of first graders started on or above, and now 91% of their first graders in math are on or above grade level. English Language Arts, all of their students are on target at over 5 months of growth, their average. Next slide. Dunbar, all 3 grades in math exceeded their target growth. Sixth grade was close to 6 months, seventh grade was close to 5.5, and eighth grade was also close to 6 months of growth. Next slide. Lincoln, again, the eighth grade was very close to the target, and I know when we looked at those the charts for math and English Language Arts, 8th and 11th and 12th were grades that we need to look at, but if we look into individual schools and individual students, 8th grade at Linkhorn was very close to their target growth in math. And in English language arts, they met that target growth. Sandusky, next slide. 6th grade and 7th grade were both on target for 5 months of growth. Next slide. Math at the high school, EC Glass, 9th grade average at over 8 months of growth in the last 5 months. And English language arts, 9th, 10th, and 11th grade are exceeding their growth goal. And the last slide it highlights that Heritage 9th and 10th grade are both exceeding the target goal of 6.6 and 7.7 months of growth. So I have to say, kudos, a huge shout out to our teachers, our instructional assistants, our supervisors in the C&I department and the special education department for working diligently and so hard with our students, and this is growth that we should really be proud of. And that is it.
All right, Dr. Sinha.
So for just a couple of things, on the tables on page 7 and 8, it would be helpful to have columns for August and January that show what the score, what the on target
Sure.
score is that they need to have.
I can do that.
And then
And I
so
guess
that would-
my question would be, because we have August, I think August, September, November, and January, would you like to see all 4?
No, just for these 2 points
Okay.
in time, just to put it in perspective. Because, so for example, if they start 5 months behind, we need to catch them up 10 months worth. So even though the growth is fantastic, they're still going to be behind.
Some are.
Because it's a moving goalpost.
Sure.
So that, just for that context. And then, on page 9, it would be really useful to look at these scores only for those students who took it at both points in time.
I agree.
Because I don't know that sometimes it's just a couple of dozen, sometimes it's almost 100. Whether those are, if they're randomly distributed, then these are comparable, but I doubt that they're randomly distributed students.
And that may be very difficult to do, but I will,
Yeah, if
I
you
will,
can. I
we will
think that's a
look into that.
really necessary way to look at these numbers. And then I was just curious if the grade 10 number, because it's the same for fall and January, if both of those are correct. Because
I will
every
go
other
back and
grade
look at that.
shows fewer.
Mhm.
But, yeah, I think we can't really compare before and after unless we're really controlling for only those students who took it at both points in time.
Okay.
And that would be true for all of these averages.
It's kind of like what they do with SOL scores, but they're different kids. You know, you compare third grade to third grade, but they're not.
Yeah, they're year to year, they're not the same kids, and so it's not really a
Good metric.
Yeah, but we have to
it's
remember.
not a valid comparison, and so that's kind of what I'm looking for.
Right. And in the next presentation, you will have SOL data, and our SOL assessment has changed, so it's not comparing third grade to third grade. It is actually going to be comparing student growth from the fall pre-assessment to the spring post-assessment. So you will have growth data there as well in the next one.
That's
But I'll
right.
go back and look at that.
Yeah,
those
I
that
do
took
like
those.
that this is following a cohort, and so you really are closer to apples and apples, but with such a difference in the number who took it in fall versus January, I would really like to see, to the best that you can, only look at those who took it in January and compare back to autumn what they did.
I can do that.
Thank you, Dr. Sinha. Mr. Troll, please go ahead.
Again, on page 9, what is HMH?
What HMH is Houghton Mifflin. It is a instructional resources company.
Do they do a math assessment as well?
They do not. They only do a reading assessment.
Thank you.
I'm gonna stay on this side of the table, then go up there, help me, Dr. Carter, and then we'll go on that side.
I think you addressed this, so, because I heard you say that some students don't take it, so if you have finished Algebra 2, you don't have to take this.
At IXL,
So
those
that's an
students that have
incentive for
finished
someone to
Algebra
do
2
that.
do not participate in the IXL math program. All of our students, 2nd through 12th grade, should be participating in the reading part of IXL.
So is there some measure for students beyond that?
Beyond, in math,
So it's just an assumption that they're doing well if they're.
there are some benchmark assessments that they're using, sort of mid-year point, end of the year course, those type of assessments. They do at the school level have that growth data.
I think Dr. Gupta.
I just had a question about growth. I'm trying to comprehend in my brain. So if I'm underwater in my stock market for $100, and the market went up 10% and I gained $10. So I'm still underwater by $90. So when you say growth of 5.5 months, 4 months, what is the base? How much was the loss which we are trying to recover? You see what I'm saying? So I'm trying to comprehend that growth compared to what I'm trying to gain. In my stock market, I need to gain $100 to be even where I should be. But here, when I see 5-month growth, 6-month growth, I'm trying to figure out where these kids need to be or how much loss they need to recover.
So that would be based on the individual student's score. So, I mean, what we're giving you here is an average of where all of our 2nd graders started. So, again, in August, in a 2nd grade, if I'm going to be on grade level, I really should be at a 200. Which 200 means 2nd grade, 0 months, right? A 210 is 2nd grade, 1st month. Each of these diagnostic assessments, and this is what Dr. Sinha was asking for, have a different, like it goes from, the target goal is maybe 10 points growth from one assessment to the next. And then the next one might be 30 targets from the next assessment to the next one. So that's what you were asking for. So if I am in 6th grade, and in August, my individual Amy Pugh baseline was 464. That means I'm very far below grade level because that's 4th grade, 6th month, but I'm in 6th grade. But when I took the assessment in January, I got a 538. I'm now still below grade level. I'm at 5th grade, almost 4th month, but I've made 74 points of growth, which is almost close to a year's worth of growth.
So I like to look at this, let's look at this as weight loss, right? So let's say I'm just going to, because this is the easiest way I can visualize it. Let's say our target weight for all of us is 150 pounds, right? That's our target weight. Well, I'm 600 pounds, right? And you're 160, let's just say, and you're already, yeah. So if I look at it and say, we all have 1 year to get to our target weight, who has to lose the most amount of weight every single month?
You do.
I do, right? So I may, you're like, wow, girl, you gotta get down 50 pounds a month or whatever it is that I'm trying to lose, which means my skill set, discipline, everything, to lose 50 pounds a month or even to lose 10 pounds a month, let's just keep it real. I've got to be very disciplined. I have to have an excellent curve. So if I'm already at risk for losing weight, the ask, because I'm so far from the goal, is high if I say you have a year's worth of time to do that. It could also be very discouraging because if you did it in terms of, all right, you got to lose 10 pounds every single month, and I lose 7, and then I lose 6, and then I lose 8, but I've never hit 10. And if you stay focused on 10, and that's all we want to talk about, you said, you ain't doing it, girl. But I'm getting there, right? I'm definitely above, what they say you should lose a month, which is about 3 to 4 pounds a month if you're being healthy. But I'm kicking it out. So that's what we're trying to do with our kids. Look at the asset thinking, realizing it was very hard to figure out where are they starting, and how far from the finish line are you? But how do we map growth? And when we see kids who are making more than 10 points a month, so I did 15, I did 20, and I'm like, Okay, all right, you got this. You are closing it. And if you stay on that trajectory, you will close the gap. And what we hope is if you made 15 and then you made 20 and then you made 20 and then you made 22, 23, because you're starting to learn more about your learning style, you can close that up. But if I say you got to make 50, 50, 50, 50, I'm probably going to discourage kids. They're not going to experience success and they're going to turn off. So we as the adults, while the natural lens, and I did this with my principals, the natural lens is to find wherever the biggest wrong is and to start the conversation with that. And we flipped to asset thinking, and I said, I just want you to tell me which grade level is showing the most growth, and talk about one student who's just wowed you. And I had one second grader, I think it's a second grade at T.C. Miller, who is on like a high school reading level, who is all like, is there anything higher that I can do? And I'm just like we need to have those conversations too in our system while we're also working with our students. But it gives us a guide of what we need to do and how they are progressing and how we attack this problem. So as a superintendent, when I see my sixth graders at a fourth grade level when they're starting, I'm like, oh, you know, because I want them to be at sixth grade. But if at the end of sixth grade, they're at a 5.5 grade level, I'm gonna celebrate that they're not still at a fourth grade level and that they're making it, and I'm going at the end of, they're gonna be right on seventh grade, right? That's where they're gonna be. We, as the adults, have to have that excitement for them and get them, stay in there, you can do this. And it is a little different in math than it is in reading, because math, as you get up to the upper grades, to go back to what you said, why, when you start to get to the high school and middle school, one, at the high school, we took out everybody who's really advanced in math, right? Because they're not even taking the assessment, so they're not helping with that score. But if you have such gaps in content area in math, it is hard to keep growing if I don't understand and I don't have a good foundation. So in math, foundational instruction is very, very important. And that's why we're seeing a little bit more growth in reading and ELA than we are in math, and in math at upper grades. But we're getting there. Now, what I want you guys to know about this is our first foray into whole division stuff. And it's just a win-win for our students.
Dr. Sinha?
Is any of how well aligned are these benchmarks or milestones that students are achieving? How well aligned are they with SOLs? Are our SOLs contributing to some of this being far below, in that they're shortchanging our students? We have to teach to those darn SOLs. Yeah. I'd love to think that maybe that's possible. It doesn't help you solve the problem, but
no. And there may be a little bit of that, but I don't think there is a lot. The Virginia SOLs are actually correlated in IXL for us, so teachers can pick lessons that are related to, that are on that topic of the Virginia SOLs.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Board, I'm beginning to tire.
I'm sorry, Dr. Coleman.
Dr. Brennan?
I just want to say, as a non-educator, there's a lot of information here, and thank you for putting it together and for your staff to put it together. And the one thing I realized as I've gone through this list to the presentation is that this is a tremendous amount of work by the students and by the staff, as you said. I mean, the progression that they have made on the students and the work that they have done that's represented in here clearly needs to be acknowledged, and I know the board wants to do that. The other message I'm getting, Ms. Pugh, is that, and I think somehow we need to communicate this to the public, is that this is an individual diagnostic study. This is not correlating with SOLs and where you stand on that when you see this significant percentage, because as Dr. Gupta pointed out, as you go up in the grades into the high school, this all reverses. We go from having a small number of students below average, below their norm, to a much larger number. But it's really telling us, as you're saying, those are the students we need to work with in order to improve and make that better.
Yeah, and I will have to say, though, that there is some correlation between IXL diagnostic and growth and predictive performance on the SOLs. We had one elementary school last year, and again, remember last year was our first year of full implementation across the division, who made exceptional gains. And IXL reached out to us and asked if they could use their data to do kind of a white paper study about prediction on how students would do with SOLs, and then actually looked at their SOL scores, and the correlation was very close. So I can share both of those papers with you if you're interested in seeing them. They didn't name the school or the division, but they did use our data, and we gave them permission to do so.
And just one quick follow-up is that since Mr. Reed was nice enough to come and is teaching in high school and is concerned about reading in high school in his department, when we talk about elementary school and 10 or 15 minutes of testing, how do you answer his question that we're spending too much time in the high school with these testings, where in reading we should be allowing them to read?
Sure, and I do think we have had conversations and will continue to, but my conversation tomorrow with the supervisors that support even secondary, not just high school, but secondary, is to work with those English teachers at EC Glass and perhaps even at Heritage, if they have the same feelings, to work with them on how they can effectively use IXL at a lesser amount of time. So I think it's, a lot of schools have had the IXL staff come and work with them, either via Zoom, either last year and this year, on really how to implement IXL and to best use it in instruction, to support instruction. And so that's mostly been focused on elementary and some at middle school. And we've encouraged them at the high school level to do the same, so that they get a sense of how best to use the tool, so that it's not overtaking instruction and it's not overtaking the time that they need to read. So I will ask those supervisors from C&I to really work closely with Mr. Reed and his department on some strategies to lessen the amount of time that they're spending.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I must admit, I'm kind of torn. I love this data. I mean, this is helpful information to us as a board, and I can see where it's really helpful for teachers to be able to see individual students. But I like Dr. Brennan, I heard Mr. Reeves, and I also hear my daughter and her friends, and they're doing well. Freshmen at Glass, they're all doing well, and they consider these IXLs to be busy work. They feel like it wastes time that they could have in class. So when I heard him speak this evening, that kind of hit home for me, because that's what I'm hearing in my household. And so I wonder if there is, is it the level of reading courses that students might be in, that maybe we don't need to apply this to all of our students in some of our classes. The reason why I state that is because I believe Mr. Reeves, is he teaching advanced classes?
I believe
English
so.
classes? So those readers might be bored with this and consider this to be busy work. And I don't know that it necessarily benefits their teachers in helping assess them, where some other students might benefit from this assessment tool. So I just think it needs to be looked at a little bit to just make sure that we are allowing our students to be able to maximize the benefit of the time that they have with in-person learning. I personally would love to have my daughter have to do this as homework and have that instructional time with the teacher and do this as homework instead. But I understand, where you're coming from. So I have to admit, I'm torn with this.
Okay. Appreciate that.
Thank you for that, Mr. Harvey, and I'm sure that responses will come regarding that particular matter. Dr. Carter?
And speaking for the students and maybe on the other end, I sure wouldn't want them to be the only ones that are taking their time, because they may can use that for some remedial training or learning. So I don't want to say, okay, so if you've taken the IXL, then you're already classified as a student, because already in math, if you're taking Algebra 2, so that already lets you know.
And that's the way
who's
the
being
assessment
targeted
was.
for these tests.
In math, we didn't make the choice to not have the students take it. That's the way the assessment is developed. So it is second grade math through Algebra 1. So that's how the assessment is developed. So, I think the key, and this is what Dr. Brennan was asking, is the key is for us to first start with those teachers at both high schools and even at the middle schools to talk about how they're implementing it, maybe do some class observations, and work with them on some suggestions of how to implement it so that it is not busy work and it's not taking, that much time every 2 weeks, that we really should only be spending, as I said, 10 to 15 minutes max 3 times a week. And maybe at high school, it can be twice a week. So, I think we can work with them, but I think that's where we need to start first, is to give them some tools and some skills and some training on how to implement it, and not make it, a horrifying task and a daunting task for our students.
Well, Ms. Pugh, you've done an excellent job leading us through all of that, and Dr. Edwards, I certainly see the value. I see concerns. I see the value, and it certainly lets us know in Lynchburg City Schools that we are not practicing social promotion and/or just moving people. We're determining where they are and getting them what they need, and so I'm very proud of what I'm hearing. If there's no further discussion on this matter, then we will go to K2, which would be Special Education Annual Plan.
Okay, and this is for information, and I hope Ms. Bosher is still, Daniel Bosher, are you still with us? And if not, you have the information. This is something that comes to the board.
I'm still here.
Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Edwards and members of the board. This is the Special Education Annual Plan that comes to you all once a year for information, and then the next board meeting will be this is a requirement between the local school boards and the Virginia Department of Education for distribution of state and federal funds to help with the regulations and implementation of services for students with disabilities. Lynchburg will apply for approximately 2.4 million in special ed flow-through funds. These will be used in a variety of different ways. A large majority of it will be for staffing, salaries, and benefits. There's also a portion that goes for federal set-aside, which is for students that are parentally placed in private schools. That's approximately $177,000. We are going to use some of the funds this year for coordinated early intervening services to help with some additional supports for behavior and in the general education environment for 1 year. And then we also have approximately $65,000 in 619 preschool funds. And these are used to support Hutcherson's students with disabilities through special education placements, preschool placements in local preschools, staff development, instructional materials, and supports for them. So the plan was attached. It will be for on public review starting next Monday. SEAC will review it later in March, and then we'll bring it back to you all at the next meeting for consent.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Bush. I know this is all very important. Anyone have anything you want to say? We'll pick back up it on our next meeting in April. All right, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And at this time now, after that report, we will go to the superintendent's comments, section L.
And I will be real quick. We started with students, an award for a student who is very inspirational. And I promised that I would mention students who have inspired me in my comments. So first, just a shout out to India Osprey for her excellent award-winning essay that she gave at the MLK Walk. She knocked it out of the park. JP Mancier, a Dunbar student who is headed to Math Counts state competition representing Dunbar. Our two student reps did a lot of the things I would have done for the high school, so I'm not going to repeat that. RS Payne, families and students and staff, I love that you're at Fun Quest doing Where's the Math? And what an excellent way to have family time together. The HHS theater and drama students, you wowed me with The Wizard of Oz and your level of just the delivery of the play and all the technical aspects, the set. You could tell it was a full-on crew that did all that. So kudos to the students. You made my Sunday afternoon. Special shout out to Ariana, who, when I visited Mr. Johnson's class at EC Glass and was doing a talk, she drew through my talk and did this whole diagram in about 30 minutes. And it's very, very impressive and inspirational. So I'm going to get a frame and hang this on my wall, and I appreciate that. And then my last shout out goes to my publishers, and I imagine this is probably going to end up in the Lynchburg Museum, but this is a book that was written and illustrated by Miss Cooksey's 4th grade class at Heritage Elementary. The title is How the Pandemic Changed How We Do Education, written by young people, and imagine reading this in about 20 years, what young people have said.
Wow.
They did an awesome job. This is a collector's item, yours, so thank you, Miss Cooksey's class
Where can we get copies?
I got a special copy, so maybe we have to get some printed for you also. And that's my report, sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards. Thank you for your power. All right, we're going to start with Mr. Harvey, school board comments.
Okay, I have 2 comments. The first one, again, I'd like to also tag on to what Dr. Edwards said about the Wizard of Oz at Heritage High School. Awesome. My wife and I, we traveled to see some Broadway plays on occasion, and this was at that level.
Wow.
They had some just incredible techniques. The witch flies. So we're having actors on cables in high school. So I mean, this is really quality stuff. So I encourage everyone. The last show I believe is March 3rd. So get to it. It is a great show. The second item, I would just like to encourage the community to come out and support the task force, telling City Council that we really want that to happen and that we would like to have it happen in its fullest extent, not to have it be watered down, but have the task force in its fullest extent to help provide this board with much needed information on how to really help our schools.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Dr. Gupta.
I just want to thank Dr. Edwards to make the system more transparent, whether it's the salaries or the assessment data. So thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Dr. Sinha.
Yeah, I too appreciate the extra work that went into looking at that added increment. We needed the 5% baseline to have a baseline. That was an exercise we were going to have to do, we're going to have to do no matter what. And so it's very useful to look at that and decide what trade-offs or whatever we're going to need to discuss when we get into negotiations with City Council. I'm really impressed with the detail of the testing information and appreciate the details that you provided us. Some of it's rather ugly, seeing students so far behind. But I want to remind these students that, learning loss is really hard to recover from. I know I took a little gap between high school and college, and when I got to college, because I didn't do anything for those 2 years, I had to do a lot of remediation. It's hard to recover from that. So just hang in there, keep plugging away. As long as you're gaining ground, you're getting somewhere, and that's good. Always go forward, don't go backward. So I appreciate the hard work that everybody's putting into that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sinha. Dr. Carter.
Just want to thank all of the schools for the gifts for the school board appreciation, and also to the Seven Hills moms for their gifts, and also to Delegate Wendell Walker for the 23rd District for his letter. That was it was just wonderful of him to compliment. And the only other person I heard was Senator Mark Warner. He stated that also. And I'm just proud of this school board, the members who don't like mask mandate but continue to wear them, although you could have just taken them off and just been but you did wonderful in role modeling that you're going to follow the guidance of the school. So thank you for that. And I'm still happy to hear that a lot of the students are still wearing their mask, and would encourage them to continue. And also for EC Glass, if they're looking for another facility to visit, is the Elms right across the street from them. They thinking about that if someone's looking.
Thank you, Dr. Carter. Ms. Morrison?
I was a special education teacher for many years at EC Glass High School, and it was my privilege, but it was also so hard to work with students that were reading on first and second grade level and 10th and 11th grade level and 8th grade and math here and here. So I would have 10 students at the most. So I can only imagine the work and effort from our teachers and staff and principals and central office people that went to work with such a gap and to see progress. That is because of their efforts and their commitment, and they are to be applauded. I am so grateful. Thank you for sharing that information. I'd rather hear the ugly and know what we have to do than to wash over it.
You're welcome.
I also want to make you aware that EC Glass is performing Mary Poppins at the end of March. And they too have a fly crew coming in. Mary Poppins will fly across the stage along with children and the chimney sweeper. So it should be an exciting time. And from someone who tested the flying when we did Peter Pan, it is quite scary. But it was fun. So I want to thank all the board members for the support and the effort and the hard work. And Dr. Edwards, I cannot thank you enough for being our leader during these times. And I do think we're going to get there.
So just briefly, I have to say, I also had the privilege of seeing the Wizard of Oz. I was really quite disappointed because I didn't get to see Mr. Beatty as the wizard. I was so disappointed, but the rest of the program was great. And I also wanted to, as we saw today with the Education Foundation being such great partners with us, the Beacon of Hope has been great partners. As Jaden Scott mentioned, the scholarship for the 2 students, $5,000 for those students is huge, done by Glass, done by Beacon of Hope and the alumni. And the Beacon of Hope is having their 10th anniversary celebration, March 25th. I think all board members have been invited to come for free. The tickets are actually, I think, $60 a piece, but I think everyone's invited, and I hope that we will come to support that great organization. It's been such a great partner for us.
I want to reiterate, I appreciate the reports. We have to know what our target and what our issues are to address them. I'm encouraged by the summer program opportunities, and I urge our students and their families to take advantage of summer opportunities to help catch up. Then I also want to give a shout out to our Scholastic Bowl team, coached by Tim Matthews and Sarah Gray. Good job, guys. I think it's a fantastic job, and proud of you guys. So thank you very much.
It's exciting.
Good.
Yes.
Perfect.
All right, thank you all very much, and all I can say is thank you for everything that you're doing. We're really trying to stay on top of everything, so you'll be hearing from board leadership throughout the next few days as we prepare to move our division forward. Thank you, Dr. Edwards, and the walk with Nat Marshall and all that crowd was very nice, and we're very proud of that. All of your informational items are before you under Section N, and those committee meetings are going to take place, at least the one for advocacy, and then you've heard about our budget hearing, work session, and budget meeting. And so with that having been said, meeting is adjourned.